Yes.
All right, great. And I can hear too. All right, welcome to the second edition of the residential code tag, this month where we are going to consider all the proposals. We have an agenda in front of us. I can't thank you each enough for showing up and your amazing contributions that you always make. This is virtual. Please use just some general stuff. Please use your reactions as often as you want to clap for things. If someone says something that you think is particularly brilliant, you can also heart it if you really like it a lot. If you disagree with what someone says, go ahead and click on the red X for a little bit. Then you have to turn it off after a few seconds, or else it will just stay up forever and you will dislike everything anybody says. You can also celebrate things. But normally we'd be in a room and I would see heads nod, or I'd see heads shake and grimaces on faces. And I don't, because you have your cameras off, and that's a fine thing. But the more you react to things, the more I can keep us on task and make sure that if everybody agrees on something, we're not going to talk about it for another 6 hours. Or if there's lots of disagreement, that we're not going to, rush to a vote. So please use those as often as you want, especially tag members. So that's the no soliloquies. Please, keep to the points that you want to make. Use your under reactions. There's also raise hand. As soon as you raise hand, it moves it in the upper left of my screen, and I will write your name down in the order in which I see it go up, and then I will call on you in the order in which I see it go up. You are welcome to ask other people's questions, including the proponent. So you can do that, and then they can answer out of order. But generally, we're going to try and stick order, and then once you raise your hand and have your question, you have the floor until you give it up. So you can ask multiple questions out of that. We're going to go until 2 o'clock today, so we're going to take a short break at 10 or 10:30, and a slightly longer break around 12 or 12:30 or so, whenever we reach a decent stopping point between these proposals. And some of the stuff we're going to talk about is probably going to have homework. So we're going to maybe come to agreement on a lot of this stuff for a proposal, but then there'll be a few areas where we need to convene a group outside of this. And as long as we don't have a quorum in that group, it's okay for that group to discuss and propose something for the next tag meeting for us to reconsider that. We did at the last meeting. We have some laws to follow, of course, Open Public Meeting Act, but also some laws about energy reduction with this code. The good news is that we're a little bit ahead in terms of energy reduction of this code than we were with the commercial code that we just finished up, commercial energy code. We're still not exactly on target, but we have less far to go. Okay, so that's welcome and introductions. I also want to relay a couple things about some emails that happened and some availability. So Sean Denniston is the proponent of a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about today, the heat pump space heater and heat pump water heater proposal. He's sick today, but has agreed to be on the call for a while. So ideally, we'd like to move those up to the front. And then also, there was a discussion of tabling 084, the definition of residential provisions that would move the R2 entirely into the commercial code, except for woody walk-ups. And almost everybody on that group agreed that that should be tabled until the future. So I guess this is my welcome and introductions. When we consider the agenda, I just want to make sure the tag considers those two requests that we have. And I think there might even be more requests. So for when we consider things. So you can bring those up when we consider the agenda. Let's do a roll call to see who's here. And then we can look at the agenda and modify that.
Okay, Jill Anderson.
Present.
Mike Fowler.
Yes, good morning.
Mark Sniffen.
Present.
Jeremy Moore. Wade Craig.
Here.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Here.
Dave Balon, Lisa Rosenau,
Good morning, here.
Jonathan Jones,
Present.
David Reddy,
Here.
Gary Hickinen, Kevin Duell,
Here.
Andrea Smith,
Here.
Irina Rasputnis,
Here.
Chris Burrows, Amy Wheelis, Poppy Storm,
Here, and voting on behalf of Amy Wheelis as the alternate today.
Greg Davenport,
Here.
Albert Brooks,
Albert will probably join later. I have to jump off. Between the two of us, we're going to be sure that at least one of us is here all day.
Henry Odom,
Here.
Gavin Tenold,
Present.
John Lang, Patrick Hayes,
Present.
Luke Howard, Liz Reichert,
Present.
Jason Carter,
Present.
Jeanette McHugh,
Here.
okay, we do have a quorum present.
All right, quorum, that means everybody's time is well spent today. Thanks everybody for being here. We will now consider the agenda. So I would, are there any other suggestions to adjust the agenda other than moving 65 and 66 up to the front? And I guess we need to dispatch with 084, so it still needs to be on the agenda. We just probably will table it. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else. Hand up. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to table 084 until, I guess, what's a good future meeting that's later in the process.
I think we could table it until the next meeting, and then
Actually, the request was to table it for a few meetings out.
yeah. We have this meeting today on the Friday the 13th, lucky day. We have a building code council meeting next Friday, so that's not the next meeting. The next meeting we have after today is the 27th. Then we have one on the 3rd, June the 3rd, and June the 10th. So I would say June the 3rd would be a good one.
All right, let's table till June 3rd.
Okay, we probably need to consider it, but I don't know, we can table it before we've approved an agenda. I guess maybe that's part of your motion, is to modify the agenda as shown and table 084.
That sounds good.
I second.
Good.
Okay, and Kevin, you seconded. Do you have anything else you wanted to say, Kevin?
I have a motion after this one.
Okay, so we have this is a motion to approve the agenda as modified in front of us, including tabling 084 until the 3rd of June meeting. Okay, are there any more thoughts on this? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we now have an agenda. The next item is to review and approve the minutes, but Kevin, you have your hand up, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. And I thank you for your patience. My getting my parliamentary feet under me here, but I wanted to raise a point of order, and it's specific to the proposal that was approved with amendments last meeting, 080. I'm concerned that it may have inadvertently, or rather it may inadvertently violate statute.
Okay.
And I believe the action to be taken then would be to amend an action already taken.
Yeah, yep, a motion to reconsider probably, or something like that.
And I'm not sure when that should occur. So I'm open to a suggestion.
My understanding of Robert's rules, and I think we don't have to follow Robert's rules to the T, but is that someone who voted for that proposal to pass can make a motion to reconsider it. So if you voted no on it, you're not supposed to, endlessly delay it by reconsidering proposals that passed. But if you voted for it, you can make a motion to reconsider it, and then it will come back to the floor. We could put that on the agenda today, or if you need to do more research on the statute that it supposedly violates or whatever, then we could have it next week. I mean, 2 weeks from now or some other time. When would you like to consider it today?
Well, the motion I'm actually making is to amend something previously adopted, which is different than a reconsideration. It doesn't require that a prevailing member make the motion, but rather it does require either a 2/3 vote or the majority of the membership to be considered.
Okay, and so you want to add it to the agenda today? Is that?
If I may, if I may, yes. I believe I've done the research necessary to address this.
Okay. Yeah, why don't we approved an agenda, why don't you suggest that, why don't you make a motion that somebody's got some, I have the power to mute people. It's gonna go to my head.
You're
I
making
think you can make a motion to add that to the agenda today.
okay. That excellent. Thank you.
And then we will, I guess, reconsider it at that point. Certainly we want to not violate state statute. So it's an important thing to do. Thank you for doing that research on that. Okay. So I guess, Kevin, do you want to make a motion to add it to the agenda today?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I make a motion to add 080 as sorry, get the language straight here. Amend something previously adopted to the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Patrick?
Kevin, what is 080 that, just out of curiosity, so we know what you're talking about?
Oh, excellent question, Patrick. That is on the screen. It's the measure that moves water heaters within the thermal envelope.
Well, that is worth talking about. As I will tell you, I've been doing an awful lot of thinking about that over the last week. So, good job.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there further discussion on the motion to add this to the agenda today? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay. We will discuss 80 again today. So without further ado, let's talk about heat pump space heaters. Sean, thank you for being here even though you're sick. You have the floor to present your proposal, and if you want 2 minutes or 5 minutes, you have that.
All right. So thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, I am feeling a bit under the weather, so I'm a little bit foggy, but I wanted to start by really emphasizing that this is part of a suite of proposals: heat pump space heating, heat pump water heating, and then all electric. And the reason that these are three separate proposals is that they are complementary, but they also stand on their own. During the commercial hearings, the issue of the efficiency that you get from heat pumps and the issue of electrification were often conflated. And so while this heat pump proposal does have some electrification benefit, it is also a straight up efficiency measure. And so we want to be able to consider those issues separately. I also want to further my preface by saying that both of these, well, actually all three of these proposals, we are hoping that they will be tabled so that we can go to a working group, because we've already received some comments, and I'm sure that there are a lot more comments. We really want to address all of the technical issues that anyone may have, and as many of the practical issues as absolutely possible. So we are very interested in hearing what people have to say, and we really do want to address those things. So we hope that that's the process that we can go through. We can table today, take it to people, get all the feedback, work together to a really good solution, and then bring it back for vote. So this proposal specifically, what it does is it requires a heat pump as functionally the primary space heating system in a in a home. So it includes a couple of strategic, well, more than a couple. It includes some strategic exceptions. We want to allow a certain amount of electric resistance heating. Originally, this was envisioned as being spot heating. Like you might have your warm floor, your heat lamp. We've already received a comment that it might make sense to tailor this so that it can be electric resistance in passive house type homes. We're clear that we're not talking about electric resistance that is integrated into equipment, because they do have the system, they do have integrated electric resistance backup sometimes, or crankcase heaters. We want to make sure that we're not prohibiting those. Don't want to keep people from using solar thermal or using any kind of waste or energy recovery. And then this, I think, is one of the key pieces, which is supplementary heat in accordance with the supplementary heat section that is already in the code. So this is important because this means that it allows electric resistance or gas to be used as supplementary heat for applications where people feel like heat pumps may not be technically up to the task of keeping the homes warm. With modern low cold climate heat pumps, that should not be a concern in most cases, but just in case, this does exist as a relief valve. And then we have this last, which is kind of a catch-all, just in case there is a situation where a heat pump just doesn't work. We do have other systems as approved, so the discretion of the code official. And of course, we add it to the tables of mandatory measures for both for R405. I did want to note that we don't need to modify the additional credits tables, because since we are allowing gas as supplementary heat, it is still possible to have a heat pump as your primary heating system and not get the all electric credit. And then all of the heat pump options in the package are all above code. We are not requiring above code equipment for the heat pumps. And so that part should be fine. And then if we go down, we also address existing buildings. In the commercial section, that was a consideration and a concern that this would be requiring heat pumps in retrofits. And we are clear that in the case, as long as your new equipment is not larger than your old equipment, you can do like for like replacements with whatever was in there. We do eventually need to get to the point where we're replacing older, less efficient equipment with modern heat pumps, functionally less efficient new equipment with heat pumps, but we may not, that is a separate challenge. We want to make sure that we're not kind of muddying the waters with that. So we've specifically addressed existing buildings as well. And as one final couple of notes, this kind of efficiency from both the space heating and the water heating, this is what is going to take to stay on track for Washington's code goals. And there is a very significant equity benefit from this, because by requiring heat pumps for space heating, we are functionally requiring that units have cooling. And this is very important, both as we experience more extreme heat events, but also more wildfires. I have a picture that I can show if you want of some affordable housing here in Vancouver, Washington, when the air quality was so bad that they were saying everyone stay inside. Here's a multifamily affordable housing development with half the windows open because it's too hot to have them closed, but it's unhealthy to have them open. So we have people who are caught in this this conundrum. So this is really an important equity consideration as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions and begin the discussion.
Thank you, Sean. All right, so this is a proposal that I expect will draw a lot of attention and probably get kicked to some homework assignments at some point today. But yeah, let's start it off. I think, Patrick, you were first. Patrick, I don't hear you.
Oh, I thought you were calling somebody else. I'd like to make,
Go ahead, Patrick.
I would like to make a friendly amendment. Can you scroll the screen up, down? So the exception up to 1,000 watts of electric resistance heat per dwelling unit. I don't think there's anybody in this meeting that sizes more heaters than myself, literally thousands per year. And 1,000 watts is not enough. That would limit you, say, if you just had cooling in the main living area, that would allow 500 watts of heat per each bedroom, and that would limit you to a 2-bedroom unit. Since this proposal is all encompassing, our current code has 2,000 watts in it, and that's barely enough. I mean, you can't put 3 750 heaters in auxiliary bedrooms. So my friendly amendment would be to raise the 1,000 watts to what's in the current code to 2,000 watts, because 500 watts of electric resistance heat is virtually nothing. And so we have to be practical here. As this sort of proposal evolves, on split systems, the condensers are known as heads, and I'm sure more heads will make their way into the bedrooms, but that's something that we're not clairvoyant and can predict. So I think 2,000 watts is more practical, whether it's used or not. So my friendly amendment.
Go ahead and respond to that if you want.
Yes, we received a suggestion to use the Passive House Institute thresholds for heating as the threshold. And so that would be, I believe, 1.3 watts per square foot in Spokane and 1.1 watts per square foot on the west side of the state, as kind of being that threshold of what a passive house would need. And certainly in a home like that, where you have that efficient of an envelope, electric resistance is reasonable, just because the load is so small. So we would certainly be open to keying this more directly to kind of, since we know what passive house levels are, to keying it directly to those.
The passive house is not a good baseline. You need to use the current code, and I could give you spreadsheet after spreadsheet after spreadsheet to where it's 2 to 3 watts per square foot. I don't care which side of the mountains you're on with our current envelope.
I mean,
yeah, a
so
passive
Patrick,
house is not a good baseline.
we can look at the current code. We can look at the current code, but this is also a proposal, meaning it can and probably needs to diverge from the current code. So I actually think a watts per square foot might make sense here, because this would using a simple just number of watts would kind of penalize larger units and incentivize smaller units, I guess, which has its own equity component to that. So I think that's a good discussion point, is how many watts would be needed under a proposal like this. Thanks, Patrick. Andrea, I have you as next.
Yeah, thank you. I just kind of wanted to voice a few concerns with the proposal. So we heard from multiple consumers that they are not in favor of heat pumps due to not enough, like they don't feel like the air temperature feels actually warm. There's kind of like mechanical issues with them. There's mechanical issues that are prominent over the lifespan of the equipment, and they're often expensive to repair, as well as a lower life expectancy compared to a relative like gas HVAC system. So according to the Department of Energy, the heat pump life expectancy is only 5 years, whereas a gas furnace would be 20. Oh, I'm sorry, the heat pumps are 15, whereas the gas is 20. And I also had questions about the cost analysis that was provided within the proposal, and wanted to offer a study up that was done by NHB, our national counterpart, that shows heat pump space heating can actually add $1,900 to $8,500 onto the price of a house for a moderate climate zone, which is where we are in Washington, in 4 and 5. And just to remind everybody on the tag that for every $1,000 added to the price of a home, that price is at 2,000 households roughly out of being able to purchase a home. So the decisions that we're making here on the tag level really need to be assessed through the lens of home ownership opportunities. Those things create generational wealth, which then in turn can help, increase the amount of intergenerational wealth that all families have, as well as those that are in the BIPOC community. So we really need to be focusing on costs relative to energy efficiency. So if this proposal passes, that could potentially price out 4,000 to 18,000 families from purchasing a home here in Washington State. So just want to bring the affordability factor front and center to the discussion, and also ask the proponent why they only analyzed cost for Seattle, utilizing one study that is a little bit questionable. So I'll let the proponent answer that. Thank you for the time on the floor today.
Yes, so we're updating the cost information currently to both make sure that we are dialed in really well with the numbers for the west side of the state and to add the east side of the state. And for the NAHB study, we'll find there was a study of the study done that found serious methodological issues with the NAHB study, so we can submit that to consideration. It's not that it's completely wrong, but the numbers are fairly skewed. So as we're looking at those, we can make sure that we provide that analysis of the study. Affordability is an important concern, and we definitely want to make sure that we are accounting for it. It's one of the reasons that the electric resistance, for particularly small and really well performing envelope buildings is important.
And I just want to say that I hear the study get brought up a lot, Andrea, and I urge everybody to read that study. It doesn't actually say what often it's characterized as saying. What I get a very different read out of it than I think is than Andrea does. It talks about people being priced out of a median home, but you can't get priced out of a median home. That's just not. It's a median home. It's not the
median price.
Hoping to get into a home.
We actually did a study that encapsulates median home prices, both for new and existing homes, and the pricing out is actually very, very different. And we have that for each county. So I will definitely forward that to maybe Krista so she can give it to the tag.
That sounds good. And I guess I missed, since you talked over me, I missed the earlier part of what you said.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying that we did a study that looks at the priced out for both new and existing homes based on the current median price, so that we can get a sense of, you know, how many people can afford the median price home, whether that's new or existing in each county and the state. So,
Okay.
It is also worth noting that that study also stated that energy efficiency was the #1 consideration of consumers when looking at homes.
Yeah, I think to the extent that we bring up that study, we need to have a robust discussion on what it actually says, because I get a sense that you know, you say I have a study and you think it says one thing, and a lot of people think it says a very different thing. So
I have a follow-up question to that. Are you referring to the priced out study or the study that analyzes the cost of electrification?
I was referring to the price out study.
Yeah, so we had problems with that methodology, which is why we redid a study. And like I said, I'll forward that to you, but the study that I was referring to that has the costs listed out, NHB hired a third party to look at the cost of electrification of residential units. So I will also forward that to Kristen so that the entire tag can look at that.
Okay, that sounds great. And then Sean, if you have comments on that, we can bring that up at the next meeting, or you could forward those comments on as well, that we could send maybe as a package to the tag of differing opinions on studies and costs on electrification, because I think that's a really important thing for this group to consider. So I guess if other people have studies on costs for this kind of proposal, like Andrea has and Sean mentioned, then if you forward those to Krista, then she can send those out to the group. I think that would be the useful thing to do at least a couple days ahead of our next tag meeting, just so that we're all coming in with the same baseline information, even if we may disagree on some of it. All right, Mark Sniffen, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, good morning. I just had a couple comments in general. I'm not real versed in the studies, but just as a general thought, if you don't have a heat pump and you have resistant heating, then you're not likely to use, the heat pump will be likely to be used in the warmer days. If you didn't have it available to you, you wouldn't be turning your heat on. You'd be opening windows, and it kind of reminds me of an economizer theory. So there's a good portion of the time when you wouldn't be operating those resistant heaters. I mean, you would be only operating the resistant heaters when it was cold. And so I don't know completely if that was calculated into the energy savings. The other thing I'm really concerned with is it reminds me to think about what happened in the cold snap in Texas, and when people were dying because of the brownouts. And I think we have to be sensitive to our electrical grid, you know, because we keep adding electrical components to the houses via electric car chargers, heat pumps, and so forth. And I don't know, there were, you know, a lot of people suffered because they had no power at all. I don't know if it makes a ton of sense to keep pushing the electrical grid to its limit without even having some kind of backup fuel source like gas or something like that. So those are a couple things I wanted to consider. And I don't know if the study does really take into account the encouraging the use of cooling during the summer because you have a heat pump. That's all for me.
Thanks, Mark. Good points. Yeah, Texas had some very unique issues that happened there, in that they hadn't weatherized some of their power plants, and they're also not connected to the rest of the US grid, meaning that if there's they had the power issues of that they had where they couldn't generate enough power. They also couldn't buy any power from anywhere else because they have an isolated grid in Texas that does not happen. Washington's connected to the entire Western United States for our grid. So that a lot of the problems that they had in Texas are not here, but we do have power outages from time to time. Okay, Lisa.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, Sean.
So I think what the chair was referencing, Texas's grid is very different from our grid and is not, I think, a data point for us. The concerns are still valid. I think also we should keep in mind that modern gas equipment requires electricity. So just because you have a gas furnace doesn't mean you're going to have heat in a power outage. So I think that that's an important thing for us to keep in mind.
Yeah, but can I mention though that you're introducing 220 volts. A lot of small generators can take care of a wood pellet stove or some other source without having to have a very large generator.
Thanks, Mark. David, Reddy, I have your hand up next.
Yeah, I guess I would support Patrick's suggestion of modifying the electric resistance allowance. And I guess I would, my head is usually in the context of apartments, whether they're above or below 3 stories. And I think the allowance that is in the commercial code is actually probably, not the best, but it is at least already defined in the code and people are familiar with it. So that's what I would recommend looking at. And then is the intent here is space heating will be the primary source of heating will be a heat pump? Is that a better kind of characterization of what you're saying here, is stating it just as the primary source?
That's functionally what it is, but primary heating source is not a defined term, and it didn't quite seem appropriate to try to define it in the energy code, since it would have fairly wide-reaching implications to begin to define a term like that. So we tried to leverage what was already in the code, which is dealing with supplementary heat.
Gotcha. I guess also the drawing parallels to the commercial code that has kind of a similar provision. It's like it doesn't say use a heat pump. It says you can't use electric resistance or fossil fuel. Did you consider using that approach to defining the system requirement?
Since the focus was really on efficiency and getting efficiency into the building, we went the positive rather than the negative route. I think the commercial proposals are a little bit preoccupied with trying to get electrification into the code, and we're really focused on getting heat pumps into the code.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'll share other comments directly with you offline.
Thanks, David. Lisa, did I call on you? I don't think I have yet, right?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, there you go. You have the floor.
Great, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the proponent for your presentation. One thing that I found very intriguing about, the points that were made about this particular proposal is the equity side of this proposal, with regards to by requiring a heat pump in a home, that now those homes also have cooling capacity. And the equity side of what we're doing here is also very important. And I would just emphasize with this that addressing indoor air quality within a home is no longer a convenience, particularly for low-income housing areas. And so by requiring this for affordable homes, it also allows those that are in those affordable homes to be able to have better air quality during fire season. And this is a reality that we really do need to address. And so, yes, this proposal does provide some energy savings, and that is what we're all here to talk about. However, I think the equity component of this proposal is important to note as well. And then I have one other question with regards to exception 6. It refers to other space heating systems as approved. That's really broad. And so I'm just looking to the committee to see if perhaps we can improve that language a little bit. It just feels like it puts a lot of burden on the jurisdiction to have to decide what that is. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I agree with that. Thanks, Lisa. I agree that exception 6 is pretty broad, and I think I'd suggest we do some work on that. I have Larry next. Go ahead, Larry. I can't hear you, Larry, if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I hear you now.
Okay. I've got a different take on this a little bit. Instead of space heating shall be provided with electric heat pumps, I think because right now we don't have the power to do this to begin with, okay? And we're going to bring on the electric cars, which is going to cut nearly 50% of our carbon footprint. So we got to have the power to cut the cars, okay, out of the whole gamut. If we don't cut the cars, then we're not going to have the gain. And if you look in the Spokane area, if you account for all the electric and all the gas, the cars will take all of that energy and more. It's already been proposed. We don't have that kind of energy. But what I would propose is if you're going to have air conditioning, you add a heat pump instead. So what that does for us is that keeps us in the area where we don't have huge peaks at the worst time of the year. Okay. If it's extremely hot, we got an air conditioner running. Okay. That's a big hit for us, but it's even a bigger hit in the extreme cold to try to get a heat pump to do what needs to be done when it's the least efficient. So if we added the heat pump, instead of allowing just a straight air conditioning system, we would say, hey, if you're going to put air conditioning in, we're going to put a heat pump in. And so the majority of the time that you're heating, you would be heating with the heat pump. Okay. And you would be getting the efficiency out of the heat pump that when it's the most efficient. But most of our buildings over here, when they're built to begin with, don't have heat pumps in them. Okay. They don't have air conditioners in them. Most of them have a gas furnace in them. Okay. So now we're even adding a huge hit to the electric grid that we wouldn't be putting on it right now. And what we need to do is to get more green power up and running so that we can do this in the future. But the cost of the green power right now, and I looked at their study here, their study isn't even close to what the costs are, okay? Because you're gonna burn through that first 300 kilowatts of power in the first few days, okay? And you're going to be into the second hit. So most of the time you're into the 12 to 13 cent category. So all this information that was put in this thing is not even close to being correct. Okay. Because you're into the second tier. Okay. And they're trying to use pre-first tier. And the first tier they're using isn't even close to what we're paying today. So now we're talking about people that have to afford to live in these places. Today, the medium house in Spokane is over $400,000. Okay. 5 years ago, it was $250,000 in the Spokane area. So what does that do to the people trying to afford a home? I mean, it's put vast amount of people that can never afford a home now. And the more costs we put on these people, the low income people can never get to this point. So you're never going to have them into these homes because of the costs. And then it was talked about over here, there's a real movement because of the brownouts that we've been having, is to have on your gas furnace, to have a switchover for your small generator. So because we know it's going to happen, okay, you guys are pushing us into it. So you can go down to Costco, buy a small generator for $750 and run a cord, flip a switch, and at least you don't freeze, okay? And that's important over here because a lot of people have homes that if they freeze and you got a radiant system, what do you got? You got $250,000 to tear it up and replace it all with a hydronic system. The other thing is this doesn't really address a hydronic system. There's very few out there that would allow a heat pump to heat a hydronic system, okay? And if you run the cost analyses with a hydronic heat, you save 15 to 20% over a conventional forced air system right off the top, okay? And the other problem with is by limiting to some type of heat pump hydronic system, you're limiting your water temperature going out to that floor of about 130 degrees. So what that means is you can never do a staple up from underneath like's been happening. So you're pushing the hydronic system, which is one of the most efficient systems on the market by far, out of the realm of being even used. And there needs to be a major rework here to make this happen. And then finally, let's talk about where the set point is going to be, okay? Normally we size for air conditioning and then we boost it up one size for a heat pump, okay? And that's been the tradition for as far as I've been in the business since in the 70s, okay? And here's the reason why. Okay, now we can go to a heat pump system with a variable speed compressor, but now you just the figure that I seen in here for the whole total system, that's just what the outdoor unit cost. Okay, but if you oversize these heat pump systems, what you're going to do is end up short circuiting, short cycling the compressors, even with staging capability, okay? And so what's going to happen is instead of a 15-year life on that compressor, you're going to be dropping into the 10 or 8-year life on that compressor because the equipment was never designed to be that oversized and running that capability. Okay, so what's going to happen? Sure, the compressor people will probably give you a compressor, but then you're going to get hit for about a $3,000 fee to come out there to reinstall it, evacuate it, and get it back in. So you got a huge amount of money going out in repairs. And then finally about all this stuff and I got the proof from the train company. The train company just did a huge study. If you're not cleaning these units, the heat pumps they're staggered all over the sides of these walls, on the outsides of these buildings, multiple stories up. If you're not out there cleaning those coils, in a year or two, you're losing 37% of the efficiency of that unit. So what does that tell you? I mean, you've got to have service built into this. And it's got to be in a place to where you can actually get out there and service them. I looked at some the other day,
Hey,
and
Larry,
they were up
Larry.
2.5 stories.
Larry, I really appreciate your wealth of knowledge. You have been going on for a while, so.
But we got a lot of time here, I think. I mean, we got time to talk this stuff out
We
get
do.
it worked out. You know,
We do, and I think you brought up some good points. I haven't heard any specific suggestions. I heard a rework, of a certain area. I heard you talk about sizing systems and how the sizing might be incorrect, but I haven't heard any specific suggestions as to how to modify this proposal.
I thought I
better.
did. I said that we need to rework it to where if instead of putting an electric heat pump in on every system, the only time we put a heat pump in is if we're going to put an air conditioner in. And
Yeah, okay, that's a specific modification. And I've written down a lot of your kind of general notes for myself. But do you want to make a few specific suggestions here, or?
I'll tell you what, I'll come back later and give you a list. How's that? And
that would be really helpful. And Larry, we're probably going to have a group get together and discuss this the next day. So
the other thing I would offer to the group, I have a $20,000 software system, complete with ASHRAE capability and ACA capability. And we can build a house and we can show, it shows the exact cost for each area. I can program in the city and it gives the exact date, the runtime hours, and it's all on a document. It's a 100-page report, okay? And I'm more than happy to run that on a 2,400 square foot house. And we can put every one of these systems up there, and we can, and the actual cost to run these with the first hit cost and the second hit cost of the electricity. Now, the gas doesn't have that. And then over here in Spokane, it talks in the report about a $2,000 hit to run gas to your house. If over here, they don't charge that $2,000, okay? So there's
Larry, we have lots of people with lots of expertise waiting to also contribute to this conversation. So please
there you
wrap it up, try and figure out a way to end what you're saying and make some specific comments.
I'll write them all down and come back with you here in a few minutes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, that'd be great. David Balon, you're next.
Could I address just one thing on that? Because I think it's really important for our conversation. Larry brought up a lot of good points, but I do want to really emphasize that this is not going to require heat pump retrofits. And so massive grid impacts is not something that's going to result from this. This is only new construction. Having huge sized heat pumps for older inefficient houses is not something that's going to happen because this is only for new buildings. I want to make sure that I felt like the commercial discussion got really sidetracked by people talking about retrofits when we are only talking about new construction.
Thanks, Sean.
And I have a request for information.
What do you mean request for information, Kevin?
Oh, just Robert's rules spells out that each speaker has a 10-minute time limit, and I'm just wondering if we are following that rule today. But each speaker can have as many 10-minute slots as they wish. But did you respond? I'm sorry, did I overtalk?
No, we haven't adopted any rules today about time limits on people.
Okay.
And people can raise their hand multiple times, but I guess I find that if someone brings up 12 good points, the next speaker, will bring up points, and it's hard to have a discussion if it's just kind of one-way talking. But if someone brings up a point and then it's able to be discussed, then we might get to a resolution on that. So I guess I'd err on the side of having people talk multiple times and bring up fewer points each time. But I'm also trying to make sure we hit all the major issues, and Larry's bringing up some great issues, but I guess I'd rather hear from lots of people, and we can come back to Larry and you, and Patrick has his hand up for the second time, so I might call on him as well. The intent is not to cut people off, but to make sure we're hitting on new issues and suggesting actionable things as we do this.
No, I appreciate that, and I mean I support the 10-minute rule. That's not my I'm not making critique, but just wanted to get clarified, and you've done that, so thank you.
Okay, was he, I don't know if he was talking for 10 minutes or not, but it seemed like there have been a lot of points brought up, and I frankly, I want to hear from other people on those same points, so.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, Dave Balon.
Yeah, leaving aside the fact that I haven't quite decided how to think about this proposal, both the BIW representative and Larry have made so many assertions about what a heat pump is and what a heat pump isn't and what it can do and what it can't do, that one needs to remember that these people are still talking about heat pumps, which were, current technologies roughly 30 years ago. We are a lot better now. We can be a lot more careful about managing it. The second thing is Sean's costs may be a little conservative, or maybe not, but in our modern systems with ducts and duct sealing and I might add with the addition of various things that reduce the load of the house. This is probably a pretty close estimate of what you get extra, leaving aside the fact that if you happen to want to put in cooling, even if you have a gas furnace, you will incur costs along this same line. So it's essentially the same cost. Now, the other detail is we are not doing this in a vacuum. It is a little hard to tell that when you read this proposal, but we're not doing it in a vacuum. We have option tables, we have efficiency requirements all across our code, and they all reduce the load of the house, the heating load in this case, by 30 to 50%, depending on which combinations you use. And when you do that, you incur costs. Those costs might be less than this, they might be more than this, but they are definitely costs. And we have already conceded in our cost effectiveness analysis and in our previous deliberations that we are going to increase the cost of houses. Are we going to increase them $18,000? Well, that doesn't seem likely. But the fact remains that that when you argue that the $400,000 house in Spokane, which I'm pleased to hear that it's managed to stay reasonable, isn't really affected by $1 or $2 a square foot from the heat pump. It's affected by the market. And the market is actually pretty hot all the way across the state. And it is pretty clear that those things affect affordability. But the information that we're getting out of the energy code isn't even a fraction of the total problem. It's just a few $1,000s compared to $250,000 increases that come from the market and the market forces. I'll stop there.
Dave, Jeanette, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot. Well, one of the things I wanted to continue on is the affordable housing aspect. One of the governor has been working on the housing crisis. And so the buildings that we're talking about today are the primary buildings that will help with and be used for infill in the single family neighborhoods. So the missing middle type housing. So the other thing that he's been working on is the fact that we definitely need to get more minority home ownership going, as Andrea had mentioned, in order for them to build wealth. And so in looking at that, I guess the question I have is that we have to be pretty certain in this group that we actually save money, but we also have products that not only are easy to repair and affordable to repair, but that will work in their budgets. So we need to have kind of an understanding of what that means. I mean, it's fun to build complex systems, but we should be at a point where we can make them really easy and easy for that homeowner or that landlord of these small buildings to manage and take care of. So those were some of the points I just wanted to raise. And then the other thing is, just raise the grid. I mean, we've been talking about that, all this past year, and supply chain issues. And the last thing is, please don't ignore the retrofit, because when some of these small buildings have to come in and meet new codes, some of them have to get gutted. And so there is a cost there, and then that hits the affordability and who can live where. So I just want those kinds of points to be brought up, and I would like some of those that are really have an intimate knowledge of the technology and so forth to provide some additional information to address some of these points. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeanette. Wade, you are up next.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in HVAC, and by putting a compressor bearing product on a system and trying to meet the HSPF and the SEER ratings and everything that are required these days, we've seen that our average new construction job cost has probably doubled in the last 3 years, because so many systems are high-end, complex heat pumps in order to meet the energy requirements. And then every day I fight the battles with local jurisdictions on where you can locate the outdoor units, setbacks from side yards. You can't put it in a side yard. It can't be visible from the street. And all of that is revolving around the state noise ordinance that says that after 10 o'clock at night, you can't have over 45 decibels at the property line. It's not uncommon for me to tell people they can't have an air conditioner because they can't meet the noise ordinances. And those are Washington administrative code. So you have to remote the outdoor unit somewhere, and then you combine that with the structure of the home and the restrictions on the line set links that are allowed per manufacturer, the restrictions that are associated there. Anytime you put an outdoor unit in, especially in the high density areas, it's a challenge to try and even find a location that will pass all of the codes and the jurisdictions. So I think venturing down this road of requiring there being outdoor unit, there's a lot going on there, and there's lots of restrictions that when the rubber meets the road cause a problem.
Thank you, Wade. I have a question for you, which is, I guess, of all just the new buildings that you're seeing going up and working on, what percentage are using heat pumps that might generally be in line with this proposal? Is it 5% or 50% or 90%?
Well, it depends on some of the jurisdictions. Different jurisdictions right now are requiring some things. I don't have those numbers. I could certainly get them for you, but I know that trying to meet the high HSPF, we're hybriding some systems together where the technology doesn't exist out there with a lot of the conventional manufacturers. We're having to put in, you've got digital communication, and then you've got to convert it to analog, and through a series of relays, you can connect it to us. It's just, they're complex systems right now because the technology hasn't caught up to, they're not manufacturing an easy, non-complex system to meet these HSPF. But, you know, 3, 4, 5 years ago, the new construction had very few air conditioners, and we're mostly on the west side. And right now, the majority of the jobs that we're doing have an outdoor unit. So I can get you specific numbers if
I was
you
just
need to.
wondering notionally if it's half or way less than half, or way more than half, or what of new construction only that you're seeing that, you know,
Yeah,
already meeting this or not, or is close to meeting it. Yeah. If you have those numbers, great. If not,
I'll see if I can pull them up.
yeah. Thank you so much. Irina, you're next.
Thanks, Cal. We're generally in support of this proposal, but I'd like to explore ways to make it less prescriptive, to allow for other technologies in addition to heat pumps. I guess my suggestion would be to explore an equipment performance threshold, like a coefficient of performance that would still meet efficiency needs, limit fossil fuels, and also allow for potential emerging technologies. Thank you.
Thanks, Irina. Kevin.
Oh, thank you. I have a lot of questions, and I'm wondering if they would be better placed in the work group. I'm not sure. I think I have literally 36 questions.
Okay. Let's bring up the major ones in the extremely public setting here, so that others can perhaps address them, and then, you know, I'm sure there will be a work group on this.
Great. And first, I wanted to address the notion that Patrick brought up, the increasing electric resistance capacity, with a question to the proponent. Looking through the cost and energy performance section of the proposal, it looked like the proposed heat pump system would be a multi-head system. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And I guess more specifically then, the language in there is multi-zone heat pump, so I'd assume that would be multi-head. And in that regard, would there be, and I'm using the word head to mean the indoor fan coil unit, would there be a head, say, in every bedroom and living space? Is that the meaning of a multi-zone heat pump in this case?
So I think we have Johnny on the line who ran the analysis and would be better able to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you for asking. I'll have to check with my team who ran the initial energy models for it. I know that it uses kind of a DOE prototype building with which may be modeled just kind of with 4 perimeter zones and a central zone. And I believe that it does a multi-zone. It's a multi-zone heat pump with each of those as being separate thermal zones.
Great. And I'm assuming that's part of the basis for exception 1 then, is that you wouldn't really need a lot of electric resistance because you're conditioning the majority of the space with the heat pump system. Is that fair to say?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm assuming that part of the reason the exception 1 is only 1,000 watts is because the majority of the space would be conditioned with the heat pump system and you wouldn't need much electric resistance. Is that fair?
The original intention was that, yeah, the majority of heating would be supplied by the heat pump. So this would be something like a heated floor in a bathroom. But with the comments that we've heard, that it probably makes sense to allow electric resistance for very high performance envelopes, that would probably need to change. So the idea that if your envelope is so good that you can, electric resistance doesn't, is a reasonable approach. We've heard stories of people, building a very well insulated home, and if they need to heat up the house, they make some toast. So, you know, so I think we want to make sure that we're not forcing heat pumps into homes that would have very, very, very low heating loads either. So I think that exception
Why
does
not?
need to be tweaked.
And I've heard the joke about a passive house being heated with a hairdryer. So, which is a fact. It's not actually a joke. So, okay, that makes sense. Let's see here. I'm wondering, and this is just a nitpicky thing. An electric heat pump system, does that need to be defined in section R202, or does that a reference standard basically define that? I think I've answered my question, but just wanted to clarify.
I think electric and heat pump are both terms of art in the code that are widely used.
Okay,
So
that's fair.
between the two, I don't think it needs to be defined.
Yeah, that makes sense. And okay, you mentioned with exception 5 that supplementary heat could be any form of heat. That when I read that section, it only talks about controls. It doesn't really mention any form of heat. And I'm wondering if you'd be open to a friendly amendment to be more specific in exception 5 on this, the heat sources that would be allowed. Specific, go ahead, sorry.
I think that that's the sort of thing that we would definitely discuss in the working groups, is if there are ways to be more clear with any of the language for the users to be able to clearly understand.
That makes sense. And then I'm going to jump around just a little bit here. In the exceptions for existing systems, okay, I apologize. This might be a work group item as well, but I'll just proceed. We can get there. Another friendly amendment would be the way it's stated is that the new equipment not exceed the rated capacity of existing equipment, and I would want to add and rated efficiency equals or exceeds existing equipment. In other words, if you had a condensing furnace, you couldn't replace it with a non-condensing furnace, for example.
And I think we have that in the commercial version of the code of this.
Yes.
That's a good suggestion.
That makes sense. And let's see here. I think the majority of my questions are actually around the cost and energy portion. Let's see here. I believe, okay, I'm looking at page 6, PDF page 6, that is, with the LCCA summary. And I'm assuming that the present value costs include replacement costs based on the lifetimes in the table that follows.
Yes.
Okay. And on PDF page 7 with the life cycle cost analysis breakout, I noticed that the baseline is an all gas building essentially, or a mixed fuel building, excuse me. And then this particular proposal, the space heating proposal, replaces only the space heating source with an electric source. I'm wondering if there's value in looking at this perhaps from the opposite direction. That is an all-electric code minimum home, and then adding this heat pump proposal to that, if that makes sense.
I don't see quite the benefit of doing that, but I don't think that the energy use intensity from an electric resistance home should be that much different from a mixed fuel home. I guess it'd be slightly more efficient from a site-based energy standpoint. Can you explain your reasoning a little bit?
Oh, just because a builder can do whatever they want, and they may or may not have a mixed fuel home as a starting point. I was curious to see, particularly in, sorry to clarify, particularly in smaller units or smaller multifamily units, they tend to be all electric to start. And this would be an enhancement to that, the heat pump requirement. I just think it would reflect the market.
We do require heat pumps, DHPs in all electric zone heated houses. Is that the house you're talking about?
As a baseline, well, yes.
Well, that is our code baseline. So I'm just curious what baseline you're talking about.
Good question. And I guess that's why I raised the question is what are the appropriate baselines to begin with?
I can, so for full transparency, I'm like right in the process of rerunning these models to comply with the integrated draft of the 2021 Washington State Energy Code, because a few things changed between that and the 2018 IECC, which these models were initially based off of. So a few things are changing based off that updated 2021 the integrated draft. I'm also going to run in Spokane, and when I do run those models, I can run in all electric resistance baseline, just for the curiosity. I think that likely what would occur is that first cost will be.
When you do that, be sure to remember that you are required to have a DHP in single family houses that are all electric resistance. It is required in the code and has been for 7 years.
Yeah, I'll run the model.
It's an important detail because it doesn't sound like this is a request that really makes any sense, given the way we've actually written the code today.
If it's possible to run an all electric baseline that doesn't use heat pump technology using
it's also
an integrated draft, which I don't know if it is. I'll like based on the options table if you can even get there, but I'll look at it and see if it's even possible. But I will make sure that if it is possible, that it does comply with the code as written. If it isn't, I'll let everyone know that.
I appreciate that effort. I know that's a significant effort. And to be clear, there may be a requirement for single family homes, but this code also applies to multifamily homes as well, which tend to be all electric with or without heat pumps. Although I know that's for a PTAC that's coming. Let's see.
So Kevin, just you're at the 9-minute mark.
Okay.
I'm not going to hold rigidly to 10 minutes. But if you have dozens of questions, if you could prioritize the big ones for the next few, you have.
Certainly. And I appreciate the time check because as I mentioned, I support the 10-minute rule. So in that same table, life cycle cost analysis, the all electric building proposal, and I know what, I'm sorry, these don't apply to this measure, so never mind, I'll move on. Let's see here. In the next page, page 8, the energy analysis, and stop me, Johnny, if because you're reworking these questions are irrelevant, but I'm looking particularly at the hot water electric value for the mixed fuel building. And I'm wondering why there's an electrical load for a gas water heater.
Sorry, can you, I don't know if we're looking at the right thing here.
Oh, okay, maybe it's, sorry, I'm looking at PDF page 8.
Yeah.
So there, okay, yes. So on the left there, it says end use. If you scan down to hot water E, which would be an electrical load for hot water, and then continue scanning right, there's a 0.15 value for mixed fuel building.
That's a great question. I'll have to check, like, look into that. Trying to wonder why that would be. Yeah, that might have to do with, I don't think a pump. Yeah, I don't know what the electricity would be there, but I'll look into that for you.
And then I'll ask one more question, then yield the floor. On the utility costs, just scanning down the page a little bit. Keep going. There we go, utility costs.
I have those wrong. I realized that I actually put the commercial utility costs in instead of the residential. I just found that out 2 days ago. I had put in the wrong utility costs. So when I'm rerunning the models, I will increase, it will match what the required inputs are from the Department of Commerce, and I apologize for that. I think if anything, it's actually going to make the heat pump proposals even more cost effective, because the increase for gas is about 20% higher, while the increase for electricity is only 10% higher.
I believe you're correct. But yeah, thanks for noting that. And I will yield the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. And I guess on the, I'll just ask a question here. So Larry brought up a tiered electricity rate structure. And I guess I'm wondering, is that, while we're talking about electricity rates, is that prescriptive based on the life cycle cost tool that we need to use? Or is the electricity rate prescriptive based on the life cycle cost tool and we're just stuck with it, whether it's right or not? Or do we have some freedom in using a different rate? And then can anybody, including Larry, speak to the tiered rate and how that might affect things if we use that instead?
I can speak a little bit. So yeah, like the commercial code, there's a spelled out input that is required for all life cycle costs that are run. And, you know, I don't have any control over that. So I've just been putting in what is required. So, you know, I don't know if that's like a blended rate, which is supposed to take into account tiered. And it's just like giving you like, this is what the average blended rate would be. So to answer that, and then I don't know, I can give you examples in California, the second question, but I'll yield to people who understand Washington tiered rates better.
Okay, if somebody, I guess maybe the next speaker who wants to address that can simply just address that. Greg Davenport, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 points I think I'd like to sort of comment on from all the discussion that's happened so far. I've been working with new construction builders for a long time, particularly the last 2 years, on meeting the new Washington State Energy Code 2018 version, with heat pumps being highly encouraged. And I can tell you, most of the builders are figuring out how to use heat pumps. And I believe I saw an email from Mike Lubliner saying NIA did some research that majority of builders are now indeed embracing heat pumps to meet the new code. If we need to get that number, we can. The second point is, I heard some concern expressed earlier that it's hard to find equipment to meet the new code. There are multiple heat pump manufacturers that make good equipment that meets the Washington State Energy Code very easily. You can see it all over the place with new construction builders, big and small. So the equipment's definitely available. It's not that hard. Somebody else earlier mentioned that, you know, the air conditioning is no longer a luxury here in Washington. I think we all know about the extreme heat event we had last year. Air conditioning is kind of required. It's a matter of life safety now. Oregon has gone down this very interesting path where they are providing a lot of, I believe it's state funds to get portable AC systems. And I don't think that's great, but you do what you have to do for existing housing stock. But I think given the extreme heat event we had last year and the fact that we're likely to have them again, air conditioning is something that probably should be in most homes as a matter of life safety. Doing that up front is a heck of a lot cheaper, easier, and better than going back afterwards and putting an AC system in after you've already built that. My last point here is housing affordability is absolutely important. We have a housing crisis going on. There's a lot of discussion here of first costs on houses, and that's very important. But when you put in high efficiency heating and cooling equipment and get lower utility bills, that actually is a positive for housing affordability in the long run, to have lower utility bills. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And can I respond to that last part? Since I kind of helped run the analysis.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Sorry. Yeah, you know, folks, when they buy homes, they pay a mortgage and it's a monthly cost. And when you are lowering utility bills, that is also a monthly cost. And as long as the monthly cost of the mortgage and the utility bills kind of can swap for each other, there won't be seen any increase for folks. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny, and thanks, Greg. Patrick.
Okay. I want to make sure that we're not talking out of both sides of our mouth. And I keep hearing the term affordable housing, and this is better for affordable housing. And so I went and got one of my projects out that is real world. We just went in for a building permit. It's a walk-up building. It's 240 units. It's located in Battleground, Washington. Demographically, we went through a lot of this because Battleground is different than, say, building in Kent, Washington. And we know that this building is going to be occupied by young families that most likely have small children. There's not a great amount of 1-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units. There's 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. For that reason, real world costs, 240 units. We analyzed for R4 or 6, all our options. To put in split system and cool just the main living area, 1.3 million. To add heads to the bedrooms, 1.7 million. So that works out to, for just the main living area, $5,416 per unit. You go into the bedrooms, $7,083 per unit. What did the developer do? And these people keep track of every penny. They are owner builders. They don't even hire a GC. They opted for package terminal air conditioners for $365,000 because they need cooling in that area. And that's $1,520 per unit. So using the term affordable housing in a sentence while promoting this sort of equipment doesn't make sense. You're adding a lot of cost to any project. And then I'd like to comment on Greg Davenport's usage of the word extreme heat that the Seattle area had last year for approximately 10 days. I have a second house in Southern California, about 60 miles north of San Diego. And down here, you have 60 to 80 days a year that are triple digits, and it's no big deal. People go about their life when it's 100 plus degrees. They don't even, they may talk about it a little, or you may really feel it if you're walking across the tarmac to go to Costco, but triple digits is not extreme heat. So back to the affordable housing thing. You need to think real hard about what you're throwing at it, because these costs go right into the monthly rent. The developer does not eat the money. It gets passed on. That's all I have.
Patrick, just to on your case study, you said the split system costs a certain amount and the bedrooms cost a certain amount. Was that the amounts you quoted were in excess of other systems, or was that compared to having no system?
No, the electric, we didn't, yes, that was on top of. So we had an option of using electric resistance heat, which we opted not to because it needs cooling, period, in that part of the region. So we looked at 3 systems.
It was, but just to be clear, it was compared to having not using the R406 table and just not complying with the code? Or was it complying with the code in a different way? Because the R406 gives you options, obviously.
To be clear, we found our 4.5 credits elsewhere. We got 0 credit for the package terminal air conditioners because they don't meet the efficiency requirements. So the baseline, say 0 is the baseline. We have to put in something. 365 for the package terminal air conditioners, 1.3 million for a split system, main living area only, 1.7 million into the bedrooms.
Okay, so you're saying that complying with, I think I understand what you're saying now with, so you complied with R406 and you chose to use a different cooling system than the cooling system that would have gotten you credit as a heating system under R406. Is that correct?
Yeah, we took a hit for the package terminal air conditioners. We opted for the appliance package because it's kind of a gift. And we built a mechanical room on the balconies because they were large enough, and we put a heat pump water heater on the balcony of the unit.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. It's great to have real world examples.
These are real world numbers just from within 60 days.
No, great.
I did want to respond to one thing that Patrick said.
Go ahead, Sean.
In the heat wave that hit us last summer, more than 112 people died. It was the deadliest weather-related event in recorded Washington history. And I think that minimizing it because there are other hot places where they're used to it is really not helpful for this discussion, because it is clear that we're not. So heat-related events are a serious issue that we should not be minimizing in our state.
I wasn't trying to minimize it. I was just bringing in facts.
And the facts of the deaths and the deadliest weather-related event in Washington history are very relevant.
The source.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to call on people that haven't spoken yet, just to make sure we're getting to everybody. And then I'm hoping we can get to a working group to revise this based on all the comments today, because we've had some great comments. So Dwayne has not spoken yet. Dwayne.
Thanks, Chell. A few responses to things that have been said. Somebody mentioned that the governor is focused on housing affordability. This is true. The governor and the legislature also want to get us off of carbon emissions in a pretty short time frame. So our job is to find the most effective means of eliminating those emissions. And thus far, we don't see a better option for eliminating carbon emissions from new construction than heat pump systems. Another point, this might not actually make a big difference, because the study that Nia's been working on, which is going to be published in the next few weeks, has found that I think almost 90% of new homes built under the 2018 code are using heat pumps to meet their requirements for additional efficiency credits. So and this is spread out across the state. I think they look at 171 homes. So this is already happening, and so it's a small jump. Regarding the grid, remember that this takes effect very gradually over decades as new houses come online, and at the same time we're reducing electric use based on further efficiency measures. our system here in Seattle and some others nearby have been having decreasing loads over the last decade because of increasing efficiency. So, and City Light completed a major study last year through EPRI showing that we could convert the whole city, buildings and transportation to electric with only modest adjustments to the local distribution network as needed. So we're in pretty good shape. As far as noise, the restrictions on locations of heat pumps is more of a problem for existing houses where, yeah, you have a limited side yard and limited possibilities. But there's also been brought up product availability. I think there's been no problem for contractors to find compliant products. And note that Wayne said that the majority of the homes he's doing have an outdoor unit. So it's all obviously workable. And finally, with multifamily, for the commercial side of the code, we allowed 750 watts of electric resistance per room for multifamily in Western Washington, and then more for corner rooms and for colder spaces. And so I'd suggest that we use the same standards for low-rise multifamily if we're going to make some adjustments to this. The thought being that if indeed you don't want to provide cooling, that a heat pump just to try to produce what you really need is like the equivalent of a 500 or 600 watt space heater is probably a little overkill. Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne. Brought up some good points, and you did it quickly, and I think that's awesome. Kim, you have not spoken yet. Please.
Yeah, I have a comment. It's more editorial in nature regarding correlation with the existing section 403.7.1. So I understand that this proposal would apply to all building use types under the residential provisions of the Energy Code, but we do have that existing section for 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses that requires heat pumps and electric resistance zone heated buildings. So I just want to make sure that if this proposal moves forward, we correlate the two so that they're not in conflict at all.
Sounds great.
That's it.
Thank you, Kim. Correlation is always so important to make the code enforceable and clear. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah. I wanted to say a few things, kind of actually feeding right on what Kim was saying about the correlation with the other section. That section has a 2 kW threshold.
Hey, Mike, you're cutting in and out a bit. I'm not sure if it's easier for you. Get close to the mic or something.
That better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. The section Kim was talking about being consistent with has a 2 kW threshold for requiring heat pumps, and that was done based on the idea that you could have a small space, and most of the decent heat pumps aren't small. I mean, they're not set up for a 2 kW space. So that threshold, there's buildings that require less than 2 kW of heat. I think personally, when I did the numbers, it should be 3 kW. That's where they start actually being cost effective. And I think that should be considered as a building-wide thing. That would cover passive house, but also small houses, which, although they might not be super insulated, have a lot of the same efficiency characteristics of being heatable by your subwoofer and whatever. So anyway, I think that's a good thing to do. I think costs should definitely need to include maintenance. And I think that's been a big weak link in a lot of the cost studies done on the point system till now. Certainly my ductless heat pump has costed me 2 service events in the 8 years I've had it. So I would figure that cost should be about $200 every 5 years at least. So, and I don't, obviously there's got to be better numbers than that, but ignoring it or saying there's no cost is an issue, particularly when compared to electric resistance, where there really isn't any maintenance. And then I couldn't help but notice, and this partly comes from the commercial, this just says, hey, you need a heat pump, which is fine, except there are a lot of heat pumps like packaged terminal heat pumps, many of which do not operate as a heat pump below 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which in the building types they're most likely to go in, Group R, means they pretty much never run as a heat pump. And I guess I'm okay with that. It's certainly the cheapest heat pump they can get in that sort of setting, but I thought it was worth at least people considering that maybe there need to be some definition of what a heat pump is, and not so much what it is, but what it's capable of. So that was my comments.
Cool, thank you so much. That was really good comments. Okay, now we're getting to the point where we are almost 2 hours into our discussion. Everybody has had at least one opportunity to speak. So I think a good path forward would be to, I'm going to let everybody with their hand up say a few more words. And then I'm going to ask for people to convene with Sean before our next tag and see if we can come up with ideally one proposal that everybody absolutely loves, or a proposal that has all the technical revisions, and then maybe a few other proposal bits that other people feel strongly about that would modify this, so that we can discuss them as a group. Maybe a main proposal that Sean has incorporated all the technical comments, and then a few other people's proposals or groups of people's proposals that are modifications of that proposal, of this proposal, that include what they think is the right path forward. So we can discuss those the main plus 3 or 4 or 2 or 9, hopefully not 9, sub proposals or modifications of the proposals at our next tag. All right, so knowing that that's coming up and hoping everybody can keep their comments brief, because they will probably be part of this group if you still have comments, I'll start calling on people. Lisa.
Thank you. I'll keep this brief. So this is a comment to the proponent, and I'm also mentioning it now so that other energy modeling experts that are on the call can provide their feedback on this. So as I'm looking at the energy analysis component of this proposal, and I'd appreciate some education on this if I'm just missing some details here. And I'm also considering too the conversation, a lot of comments have come out of all the folks that have chimed in. I'm not sure if we are comparing true apples to apples in some of the arguments, because if we are comparing costs for a home that does not have air conditioning capacity to a home that does have air conditioning capacity, then I think we're going to have a lot of difficulty figuring out which is better. And so my recommendation for this, for the proponent, is to include in the energy analysis information a very clear comparison that shows the cooling and heating capability, the type of cooling, the type of heating for each system. And I also think that the unmet load information would be very interesting to see, because if you have a system that doesn't have any cooling capacity at all, it would be helpful to see how many hours of the year that home would basically be above temperature. And I think that we've heard some really good arguments on why that is important. So that would be my recommendation for the proponent, to expand the information presented in the energy analysis so that we can clearly compare apples to apples, the different systems that have been costed out here. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. And I think that's a really good point. I'm almost willing to suggest that we, I guess, assume that almost all houses built under this code and future codes will have air conditioning, not as a requirement within the code, but functionally. And I guess maybe we don't need to answer this question today, but and I'll ask the builders and those involved in installing it. If that's pretty much the norm, then maybe we should just assume that every house is going to have some form of air conditioning, and therefore that's a baseline phenomenon. That's a question for later. I don't know that we need to answer it now unless somebody has specific information on it, because I would like to get to our work group. So Andrea, you're next.
Yeah, I just had a question about the work group. Is that going to be held like in a meeting capacity like this, or?
So what we've typically done with all our tags was get less than half of the tag and public members to a meeting between now and 2 weeks from now, or perhaps a couple of meetings, because this is this has attracted a lot of attention, and hammer through these things, and maybe everybody agrees on 10 technical updates, and then 3 people think we should do this, and 5 people think we should do this, and they all write their own code language, because wordsmithing in a group of 40 people, 52 people like this is just a waste of time. So if everybody comes back to the tag with actual language that they think is enforceable and clear and all that, and has correct definitions and all that stuff, and we consider all of those, then that's kind of the path we've done in the past. And so that would be a non-public meeting that involves less than a quorum of the tag, and is meant to just improve this. And then all of that will be then reconsidered at the next tag. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of concerned with the changes that have been made to the Open Public Meetings Act, that we might be in violation of it. So I guess I would just recommend that if we do something that's not open to the public per se, that maybe you just double check with staff or like your council, just to make sure that we're in compliance.
Okay, and I guess, is there a specific section or part of the Public Meetings Act that you're referring to? Because that's obviously really important. What we've done. Yeah, go ahead.
Did somebody say something?
Go ahead.
So the one that I'm referring to would be 42.30.060, which is the secret voting prohibited.
Secret voting prohibited?
Yeah, I read that to be that like all votes should be done in a public setting, because we are making modifications to proposals that will be eventually adopted or not adopted by the tag, the standing committee, then the full council. So realistically, those things, whether or not there's a quorum of tag members, should be held in a public setting such as this.
So I have to deal with public meeting because I used to chair a historic preservation commission in Washington State. I think that just for clarity, we should be clear that the proponent is inviting people to a discussion where we will discuss our proposal and revisions that we might make to our proposal before bringing it back to the public meeting. So what we are not talking about a meeting of the tag or of a working group of the tag. We are talking about the proponent hosting a meeting. And I believe that's how we did it in the commercial, which is why we need to have fewer than half the members of the tag, because if more than half the members of the tag show up, that makes it a public meeting.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why I would like to double check, just because I know that there's been some changes. I mean, even to just bring legitimacy to the process, and because public perception is everything, and we don't want them to think that like anybody involved in the process is making any sort of backward deals, if you will. So that's my only concern. Thank you.
Well, I'll certainly ask staff to research the issue. Yeah, what I was going to say before you said your last thing, Andrea, is exactly what Sean said, which is we know that a lot of these proposals are developed by multiple members of the tag, when they're submitted, and we want them to be refined based on the public comment that we hear. And we, I guess, allow the proponent to get a group of people together. And I guess I haven't been part of lots of these groups. And I'm assuming they don't vote, but maybe, I don't know, take straw polls or something like that. I'm not sure. But it has been extremely helpful to the process to have all the wordsmithing worked out by experts that are outside of the tag. I guess the only other option would be to have the tag meet maybe 2 or 3 times as many hours to hammer through these really important but also very nitpicky things. I guess I don't see it would really gum up the process if we thought that people could not meet outside of this process to talk about proposals. And I guess that's what I hear you saying, Andrea.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just, I know that there's like, you know, we place really big burdens on like our legislators and such and other state agencies. So I just want to make sure that we're falling in line with, you know, we're being compliant with the law. That's all.
Of course, we all want to be compliant with the law. Is there any additional, so you're raising a concern, and the concern is about secret voting. And I guess, does anybody have any expertise on this subject, including staff, about what that actually means functionally? Because no one's talking about secret voting at this point. We're talking about improving proposals such that the tag can consider them within a public process and move forward.
Was that a general question to the body
It's
or
a
to
general
the staff?
question to the body, if anybody has any expertise on this, because I don't think we're talking about secret voting, but that's what Andrea brought up.
Well, if I may respond,
Please.
I believe the way Sean put it was apropos. That is that the proponent owns the proposal, and they can invite, frankly, anybody to comment on that and make revisions as they see fit, but they own it. And only until it's presented to the tag can there be any voting. And since there's been no motion to adopt this measure, the tag doesn't own it yet. The proponent does. So I don't believe there's a conflict. And then, of course, issues raised in those side discussions do need to be brought to the tag and made public, out of necessity, obviously, to adjudicate. But I don't believe there's a violation inherently in having a subcommittee do offline work.
And it was not a subcommittee. We are not forming a subcommittee, just to be clear. We are, as you stated earlier, Kevin.
Thanks for that point.
Suggesting that there are revisions that would probably be good based on all the comments, and asking Sean to do his best to address those, and that could include convening lots of people, but not a quorum of this tag. I just posted in the chat what I think Andrea brought up, and I think what we're talking about is number 2. Is that correct, Andrea?
Yep.
Secret ballot. And
I
just
guess,
as a non-lawyer, I don't see how we're violating this, but go ahead, Andrea.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna agree with Kevin that it is out in the public right now, but it's about ownership. And until there's a motion or anything to adopt this thing, he's just asking for assistance to modify it for accuracy. I mean, I'm listening to Andrea and I don't think things should be behind closed doors, but this could have taken place before it was even presented, you know?
Okay. Well, before we kick it back to Sean to convene any group that he so desires to modify this, I'm going to call on everybody else with their hand up, and I think it's Carolyn Logue is the only person who hasn't talked yet. Is that you, Carolyn?
Yep, that's me. I just following up on Andrea, just so this work group, because I have a number of HVAC, we have with the washing air conditioning contractors, who are doing this every day. And then also the hearth products guys would probably want to have some discussions about the alternative systems that can be put in place. I guess my question is, how does somebody like me engage in this work group? Or engage some of them in this work group? Because I guess my concern is, we can go out and we can do our own suggestions and all that, but I guess I get concerned about the weight given to our suggestions if we put it in there on our own compared to something that's coming from the proponent in the work group. So I guess that's sort of how would I engage these two groups in that particular work group, because they're going to have I know Wade's there on the tag, and we'll talk with him, but I just am trying to figure out how that happens in a work group discussion.
Yeah, so it's not a work group. We're not talking about work groups. We're talking about Sean convening people to modify this proposal, and you are more than welcome to suggest that Sean include you in that discussion. And you're also welcome to convene groups of people, so long as they don't violate the Public Meetings Act, to suggest modifications for this. And the tag will consider what you come up with and what Sean comes up with and what other people come up with. With the commercial code, we considered modifications to the main proposal, and then minority reports that came out of what the proponent had suggested, and that involved a lot of work that was outside of the tag process. And but I think it contributed substantially to what was the good work of the council. So you're
So how do we, would Sean say, okay, if I said to Sean, I want to participate in this and bring the perspective of my groups in, how does Sean know that I want to do that? Other than right now, okay.
We can answer that right now. My email is on the proposal, and I am issuing an open invitation. Anyone who would like to participate in a discussion about any of my proposals, please go ahead and email me. I will send out a doodle poll to arrange a couple of sessions, discussion sessions, we will call them, for modifications to the proposals before bringing them back to the tag.
And please, if you are going to email Sean, please copy Krista, and she will maintain. And Sean, when you get the list of people that you would like to convene, please send it to Krista, and she can make sure that we do not have a quorum or anything else that violates what we think are the statutes that Andrea brought up and other statutes.
Yes.
So go ahead and email Sean if you want to be part of a group that he will convene to suggest modifications to this proposal.
I have a quick suggestion, Shell.
Go ahead, Patrick.
That the group, who's ever involved, that each modification is done like a line item. And then when it comes back to the whole tag, each one of those things can have a motion, a second, and get voted on publicly. So they really are just making a list.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Patrick. Sean, does that sound good? And anyone else who wants to do that.
We can certainly track it as basically track changes so that they can be seen and we can discuss them one by one.
One by one, and then you're not breaking any rules. If there's not a motion on the list, then it just falls away, goes away. And if there is a motion and a second, it's voted on.
And then Sean put his email is on the proposal, but Sean, if you don't mind, could you put your email in the chat so that everyone can have access to it? And
I can't chat to everyone, so I.
You can't. Okay. Okay. Everybody sees the screen and it has Sean@newbuildings.org. Okay. Senator Wilson, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. In the same realm, if the proposal is coming forward by the proponent, then, and now we find out that everyone can join to have their discussion within it. Is there also the ability for an opponent to bring forth a proposal with a discussion offline that doesn't include more than half of the tag members, or ability to have that discussion and an official proposal?
Yes, very, very much. You can't bring a new proposal forward because the new proposal period closed a while ago. We're only discussing proposals, but someone could suggest that this proposal be modified so it is very different than it is now, or somewhat different than it is now. So I think does that address?
Yeah, I think so. And then, yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I guess we now have a way for Sean to reach out to people to modify the proposal. And we still have a few people with their hands up. So I'm going to go with Larry.
Yeah, okay. I want to ask Johnny for the details. I asked him in an email and I haven't seen anything provided, and I gave him a pretty good list. I just want to have the truth spoken, how he got to his numbers and how we're going to get to them. But then to go beyond this, I went to his Rocky Mountain Institute and the electrification scenario equipment comparison. And one of the things that's glaring to me is in an all electric, he's using a SEER rating of a 19 SEER. But then when he goes to mixed fuel, he goes to a 14 SEER. If we're going to make this equal, we should have 19 SEER air conditioner and 19 SEER heat pump, which is more than capable. And then also, we need to assume out-of-pocket cost of $2,100 for gas. In the Spokane area, that does not happen. So in our area, if the gas is being brought to the house and he's going to put a gas furnace in, he's got enough capability where they're not going to give, unless they got to go a long ways, but most times they only go from the street in, and there is no cost. So then I want to address here about the kilowatt hour rate, and downloaded from the Seattle Power for Seattle, Renton, King County, we have the first block, and the first block is 300 kilowatts from April to September, and then it changes to 480 kilowatts per month from October and March. And when you look at his data, it's so under the cost, it's ridiculous. The first block here is a little over 10 cents, okay? But the second block, now at 300 kilowatts per month, you're going to
Larry, just a second. I think
it's important.
We discussed this earlier, and
he said
my understanding is that we are supposed to use the life cycle cost tool that is given to us by the state, and that has prescriptive electricity costs. And so
These are present day costs. They're not, you're never going to go backwards on the cost of electricity. If anything, it's going to go up because green renewable energy is a lot more expensive than fossil fuel energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Larry, I
utility
think
costs increase
in
over
certain-
time. In
this
instrument.
instance, I think we're supposed to use a certain cost. And someone correct me if I'm wrong, but we're supposed to use that cost. So if real world costs are different, I guess that's maybe a separate calculation that can be done, but we're supposed to use a certain cost. And so
you can't use a cost that's not true. And then the second block in the Seattle area is 13 cents a kilowatt. You're going to be into the 13 cents a kilowatt, nothing flat. Okay. Now I got just a few points here that you told me to get together. How long will the heat pump last? Well, you look in his report and he's showing a heat pump lasting 18 years. And I've never seen that happen. And 12 to 15 years is your life on a heat pump, especially if you're using it like we want to use it 24/7. Okay. And so we need to get that documentation in because most people are into a second system at the 15-year mark. Okay. And so that cost needs to be brought into relativity here. The other thing is just recently, we've had a gas furnace last 60 years. Most gas furnaces last at least 30 years, not this 20-year mark. Okay. And as we look here, heat pumps, I think we really do need to bring the heat pumps in. And I think we need to use them where they have the biggest gain. And here's the reason why. Okay. When we have the coldest time, that's when we have our peak loads. And in our area, maybe you don't have a problem over there in Seattle with power, but we do have a power problem over here. And so what we need to do is switch back to the gas at that point, if all possible. And then if we look at the
Larry, I guess I'm trying to respond as you bring up issues. My understanding is this allows supplementary heat from gas or other sources. Exception 5 right there. So maybe they can be wordsmithed a bit, but doesn't it address that concern?
I really don't think it does because a lot of people over here don't have air conditioning, believe it or not. Most of the houses that Harlan Douglas builds, and he's one of the largest builders in the Northwest, he doesn't put air conditioning normally in the house. Okay. And
but
so
I thought you were just bringing up backup gas heat.
I think we do need that. Okay. I think we need both.
Isn't that addressed by exception 5?
But not really, because I haven't read through exception 5 well enough to understand what it means. Then the other thing that I think we really haven't addressed here, only around 7% is the CO2 impact on residential. And you've given one means here of reducing it, but increased insulation can reduce that footprint. But probably the biggest gain for this 7% that we're using right now is to insulate the existing buildings that have little or no insulation in them. And in the Spokane area, that's a huge amount. Just the insulation alone could drop that figure down to probably the 2% mark, which would be more than what we need to get our targeted amount here. So by licking us into only one way of doing things isn't right. And it isn't to the law that it says there has to be multiple paths to get us to where we need to be.
I totally agree with you on the adding insulation to existing buildings. That's not, that's expensive and hasn't been as required as it probably should be, but that's probably out of the scope of this specific code proposal that's in front of us. Do you have any more big issues for this proposal, Larry?
Yeah. The thing that we want to see from his RMI study is we want to see apples to apples We want to see the details, how he come to his numbers. And we just want clarity, okay? I have no problems with Johnny, okay? But I want to see how he comes to his numbers, and I will make an offer to this council to build a 2,400 square foot home done with the ACA systems. And we need to have a cost study done with a gas furnace with a heat pump, the same type of heat pump that's put in with the electric furnace, and see where we really are. Okay, are we hitting our targeted amount that way? And I think we would be. Okay.
Okay, Larry, you are, as
Thank
any
you.
member of this tag, is very welcome to contact anyone that you want to get more information on things. And I guess I suggest perhaps you do that if you want to go, line by line through an energy model. I don't know that we have time in this tag to go line by line through energy models. So, but I would love for you to contact Johnny or Sean or someone and get your questions answered, and then bring the results back to the tag. I think that would be a very good use of time. Kevin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, how are you holding out, Sean? I know you're here on your sick day. Are you holding out well? Is my question. You must be on mute. I'll just proceed. Couple comments. Folks have mentioned the need for, or the desirability of air conditioning. And I'm noting that this proposal, the cost and energy basis, includes air conditioning on both sides. So I believe that's being addressed in the analysis. There is a mention that the all-electric home would have lower energy bills. And I'm referencing the cost data source, the RMI EEBV2 for Seattle, that notes a 2% increase in energy costs. And I believe that's pertinent to the question of the life cycle cost analysis, because at that point, the proposed system would have to have a lower first cost or life cycle material cost, let's put it that way, to compensate for those added utility costs. However, noting that the cost basis needs to be adjusted for new utility rates. Anyway, and I think there was a mention of a NEA study indicating that 90% of homes in Washington are being built under the current code with heat pumps, and I have seen that study. It's actually 12% of homes have gas and 88% have heat pumps, which suggests to me that this tack is being taken. That is to say, the bulk of the effort is already made. And there's two ways to think about that, I suppose. One is perhaps this proposal isn't even necessary. The act is already happening. Other folks might have a different view, saying, well, we're 88% there, let's complete the job. I'm not sure. There's also a comment that, yes, this will be a very gradual change, but that we need heat pumps to affect emissions. And from the latest data I have in front of me from the Department of Ecology, which granted is a little dated, but it's the latest, the direct use of natural gas in residential buildings is 4.9% of the state's emissions. And by direct use of gas, I mean gas used on site at the building, not in the generation of electricity. And yes, this would be a gradual change. I think the typical expectation is about a 1% turnover of existing building stock replaced by new stock. So at that rate, by the time 2050 comes around, which at that point, our energy systems in Washington will be carbon neutral by law, you get about a 24% replacement. So a quarter of 4.9 is about 1%. that would be the reduction if we completely banned the use of gas with this code, which this proposal doesn't do. That is a very gradual change indeed, and a very small change in the emissions profile. Transportation, as Larry's pointed out, is a 45% piece of the pie. I think that's another place to focus on. There's also mention about the availability of heat pumps. And I agree, there are many manufacturers. This is a mature technology. However, the council did have to issue an emergency order allowing essentially electric resistance heat because contractors were unable to obtain the outdoor unit, the heat pump itself, in a timely manner, and folks needed heat no matter what. And this was an amendment to the energy code to allow that to happen. In other words, not use heat pump, use electric heat directly. Oh, and then in terms
Let me
of
just while you're, oh, yeah. So just the council, and I think it was Andrea that brought this forth, said that one component of the heat pumps had supply chain issues, and so the council decided to temporarily allow the certificate of occupancy to be given so that homes could be sold and occupied when that last component of the heat pump was not actually installed. So it would operate for perhaps a few months or until the supply chain issues are ironed out in electric resistance mode. So just give me
right
on what Kevin brought up. Is that generally correct, Andrea?
Yeah, however, you will notice that when the agenda comes out for the next council meeting, which is next week, that there's going to be another follow-up to that because things have gotten worse. And yeah, but that's a discussion for next Friday.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. Go ahead, Kevin.
And I know we're going to work towards a working group, and just wanted to say again, the proponent owns the proposal. So no matter who shows up and what is said, they are the final adjudicator of what becomes part of their proposal. So a minority report might be necessary to express the views of those who aren't incorporated. And that wouldn't be a new proposal, or rather could not be a new proposal, but it could be a modification to the proponent's proposal.
Yep. Anybody on the tag is and frankly from the public as well can suggest modifications to any proposal that comes before the tag, and that applies to this one as well. So Kevin, you're welcome to convene people, or anybody can convene people to try and suggest something to improve the code and make it great.
Absolutely right. And I believe the rest of my questions are probably better suited for the working group. So I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess a couple people have requested that certain things be looked at and the cost benefit, and got me thinking that it would be really nice to see, like a 9,000 BTU load, how cost effective it is to meet that with a heat pump, in a small house or, that sort of thing, and kind of establish the lower threshold, because generally heat pumps have a certain amount of first cost associated with them. It doesn't scale completely with capacity. So it seems like the case that would be least cost effective would be on the lower end. So I'd like to see that looked at in terms of where is the threshold where we should start requiring heat pumps. And I also want to, I guess I'll just say I have some sympathy for Kevin's view that maybe stuff has already happened here, but we do have the options path, which is pushing heat pumps and could push harder even, which is kind of an optional, semi-optional way of complying with code. So I think there is a choice in this proposal of, are we going to do it this way or through the options path? And I think perhaps they both need to be looked at to make that decision. That's it.
Thanks, Mike. I see no more. Oh, Senator Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the TAG group that there is a study out there being done by the UTC that was created in a bill or in a proviso in 2021. They're spending almost $500,000 on this study. So I think it will be done in 2023. But what it states is that they're going to examine feasible and practical pathways for investor-owned electric and natural gas utilities to contribute their share to greenhouse gas emissions reductions as described in RCW 78-45020, and the impacts of energy decarbonization on residential and commercial customers and the electrical and natural gas utilities that serve them. So I think that I'm hoping that as this moves forward, there will be no final decisions on this until after this is completed, because we certainly don't want to spend $500,000 and not take into consideration the results that the UTC has come up with.
Senator, what's the name of that study, please?
It's what I have is it's just the proviso that was in the operating budget. So I only have the copy of the one page. So it's 251,000 general fund state appropriation for fiscal year 22 and 199,000 of general fund state appropriation for fiscal year 2023 are provided solely for the commission to so this is engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5092.
And Senator Wilson, when was that study supposed to be wrapped up?
2023.
Okay, well, just from what the legislature has told the code council to do is wrap up this residential code before the end of November this year.
Mm-hmm.
So we will not have the benefit of that information before we finalize the code this year.
Okay, well, this was in direct response to the bill that didn't pass. So that would have been House Bill 1084. That the legislature did not get through, that was going to require commercial gas. What just happened, right? It was just a couple of weeks ago. So that was indirect because the bill didn't pass. This is what the result was to study it before we do anything else. So yeah, there's issues here where we're doing a lot of studies on things that why are we bothering if we're not going to even look at the information and hurry it up to, I would think that there's a way for us to consider this, even though the legislature has said one thing, because the legislature also did not give us ability, the Building Code Council, the ability to pass the banning of the natural gas. They said they didn't, that's not what the intention of the legislature was, but it happened anyway. So, it's kind of like you can't pick what you want. You can't pick and choose here. You got to look at everything. And so I think that it would be disappointing if we did not look at this and wait for it. So we'll have to look at that.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. I think we have a path forward to this, which is to let Sean and others convene and suggest modifications of this. Larry, you have your hand up. I think
I just want to make one quick comment, because I kind of felt a little pressure from you, nothing against you. I want to make it clear that I'm a proponent, if you're going to put an air conditioner in and you got a gas furnace or electric furnace, that you put a heat pump in. If you're not putting a air conditioner in, then I'm a proponent for gas and as high as efficiency as you can put in to reduce your footprint. I want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And I think when we reconsider this at the next tag, that is a great suggested amendment. So I encourage you to get that sentiment into code language, enforceable code language, and suggest that at the next tag. Dwayne.
Quick question. Since this proponent has not only this space heating heat pump proposal, but a parallel proposal for heat pump water heating, should those both be, and they kind of have the same issues, they have the same sort of grid impacts and cost impacts and all that, should those be discussed simultaneously instead of waiting another tag meeting to bring up the water heating one?
No, I think the water heating one is next on the agenda.
Oh boy.
Yes, so we will talk about that next if Sean has energy to do so. Thanks, Dwayne. Kevin.
Yeah, you suggested, Chell, that this proposal be moved to return to the, how shall I put this? Return to the proponent to work with others. Let's put it that way. Does that require a motion?
It'd be a motion to table, I believe.
Yeah, it'd be a motion to table. And then Sean is free to convene groups, and other people are free to convene groups that are not in violation of the Public Meetings Act. Yeah, so the motion is just to table.
Second.
Well, I guess Kevin.
I didn't make the motion yet, but okay, sure. A motion to table until the next meeting.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. We have gotten through, one thing, but I think it was great discussion. I took 2 pages of notes on this, so thanks everybody for your discussion. We should take a 3-minute break here because we've been in this virtual room for 2.5 hours. So let's take a 5-minute break. So 11:02. Let's come back at 11:02. Really brief break. We are now back in session, and we're getting ready to consider the second proposal of the day, the heat pump water heating proposal. 066. Sean, are you okay to cover this? How are you doing? You're on mute also.
I am here, although I cannot stay past noon, no matter how I feel.
Okay, great. Well, provide an introduction, and then we'll take comments, and then we may table this and ask you to convene people to address technical comments if you are so moved.
Sure. So this proposal is similar to the one for space heating, but it is about water heating, requiring the hot water in residential buildings be provided by a heat pump water heating system. It includes similar exceptions, but these have been tailored for water heating equipment instead of space heating equipment, such as the electric resistance that is integrated into heat pump equipment, small storage water heaters under 20 gallons, what you might call a pony water heater, that it does not make sense for it to be a heat pump water heater. They really aren't available in these small sizes. You see these sometimes used as booster tanks in residential buildings, or in maybe a kitchenette in a common area room. Any water heating that needs any equipment that provides high temperature hot water, which does happen occasionally in residential, particularly in those odd healthcare related R3s and R4s. Of course, we don't want to inadvertently prohibit solar water heating systems or any kind of waste or energy recovery systems. It looks like we've got a line break missing there. We also don't want to prohibit heat trace freeze protection systems. Snow and ice melt systems may not technically be necessary, but it has been included for clarity. And then this last one, I think from what we've heard, probably shouldn't be here at all. And then it creates a new section for supplementary heat for heat pump water heating systems that is similar to the one that we have for space heating systems. Although this one is specific in a few ways. One is that it does allow supplementary heat only for heat pumps that are providing hot water that are located in unconditioned space that might get too cold. And then, we have our standard things around if it's operating in defrost mode, or if the vapor compression cycle malfunctions or loses power, you can use the supplementary heat system. And then of course we have, again, our table for making sure that this stays mandatory. I think for the purposes, and then, the same situation for replacement water heaters. We don't want to, in general, be targeting like for like replacements. And so we have an exception in the existing buildings chapter for like size for size replacements, taking the former comment about that it should be the same or better efficiency, I think would be a good addition to this. I think that a lot of the comments that we heard in the space heating discussion were really about electricity. And so hopefully we can avoid going over those again, but I'm happy to answer questions that are specific about heat pump water heaters. I did want to preemptively address something because this came up at the last TAG meeting, the issue of integrating individual heat pump water heaters in multifamily. There are a lot of options for doing it. It is not something that is impossible. Of course, it can be vented to the internal space. This is undesirable for a whole lot of reasons, but it is a technical possibility. They can be vented to the space conditioning system. So they have a heat pump, individual storage heat pump water heaters do have ducting systems. They can be ducted to the space conditioning system. They can be ducted to the exterior. So if you locate it on the exterior of a building, particularly in low-rise multifamily, where you're probably, you're not looking at curtain wall construction, where wall penetrations are a really big deal. We're talking about framed construction for the most part. So you can just vent them through the exterior if you just put them, if the closet is located on the exterior of the thermal envelope. If you have interior corridors, you can put them in closets that vent to the interior corridors, and that can handle a lot of the issues with venting them into the dwelling unit. And then finally, you can go California style and put it in a closet on the balcony that is vented to the exterior just through passive vents. So there are a lot of options. It may require some modifications to layouts, but they are not technical impossibilities.
Thank you, Sean. Mike Kennedy. And Mike, you're on mute.
Sorry, you hear me now? Hear me now?
Yep.
Sorry. I had some comments primarily on the exceptions, and it seems like the 20-gallon limit that was an exception there. I mean, it seems like on-demand electric would be allowed through that exception. And
it would
I guess I'm
technically
okay with that.
allow someone to use on-demand electric for the whole home water heating, but the size and expense of that was such an impracticality that we didn't feel like we needed to address that, but we could certainly refine the language.
I see it quite often up here.
Mm.
People that don't want to deal with the noise of a heat pump water heater. And we don't have natural gas up here on the peninsula. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, you could add a capacity there. The 40 degree, you have the exception for 40 degree when the unit's located in the unconditioned space. It seems like that ought to be, I mean, some of these would be ducted and use outdoor air, and they would need that 40 degree switch over to electric too. Anytime they're ducted. So it seems like there needs to be something about when the air entering the unit is coming from unconditioned space or from outside. Because that's how I'm planning on doing my unit, is exactly that. And I wouldn't want to have to run it in heat pump mode. I mean, I don't know what I'd do. And then I really think there ought to be, again, I get back on my small house thing. Small houses, these take a lot of space and they're actually pretty damn noisy. You know, if you don't have space to like put it in a garage, an attached garage, or, you know, really isolate it well. I mean, I have a heat pump water heater. I love it. It works great. But I think in really small houses, I see problems. And so I'd love to see a small house exception here. That's my comments.
Would you think of doing some? I think the big issue that we would bump up against is that a small house is the size of a multifamily unit. So if you have thoughts on how to write that threshold, we would really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to look at I mean, I don't know enough about how you would do multifamily unit, what unit by unit heat pump water heaters in multifamily?
It's possible.
Huh.
It's not very smart, but it's possible.
Yeah, it seems like you could have a floor area combined with a unit size or something that might get it. So at least when multifamily did central, it would be, yeah.
Or
Well,
Mike,
I'll think about that. I don't have.
Mike, you could just have your exception apply to single family townhouse and not get into multifamily.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of houses around 1,000 square feet, and they're often single people building, and up here retirees, and then also young people, and they're tiny houses, and so I think, yeah, they're not multifamily generally. So I could see that.
This is Talbot Rooks. I just want to quickly chime in. That's a really good application for a split system, which would place the condenser outside and take care of the noise issue, or whatever that's worth. I know it's not the least expensive option.
Right, and that comes with a pretty substantial cost, or at least that was my impression, the split system. And again, we're dealing with tiny houses that might not have a very big, you know, all that big of a water load. So anyway, something to think about. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Mike. Patrick.
I'm with Mike Kennedy. I think there should be a threshold where single family dwelling units and R2 low-rise multifamily should be exempt. I disagree with you, Sean, in the design of where to put these things. Yeah, you can modify and figure out how to do this, but that's not how we build buildings in the current state. You'd force all the balconies to get bigger. You're forcing units to get bigger. I live and eat and breathe multifamily housing for a living for the last 35 years. And it's all on my desk other than some other stuff. And on those type of buildings, these would be a real hardship. And to Dwayne, you know, the townhomes, if they got a garage, it's really easy to put the heat pump water heaters in there. So I don't think they need an exempt because most of the townhomes do have garages. But R2, 3 stories and less, double loaded corridor, or walk-ups, non-elevator buildings, I think should be exempted.
Thank you, Patrick.
Could you mention how you did it in that battleground building?
Battleground, we put them on the balconies. We had big balconies, and the units down there shall, due to the demographics, are larger. So it's kind of a unique project due to the demographics. I think I could unroll the drawings, but our smallest unit is 800 square feet.
But for the most part, architectural solutions within the bounds of the requirements of the building were available.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you didn't have to change anything. There's the question of whether you put it on the balcony or whether you put it or in your closet on the balcony, or whether you did some other thing.
You get into the Metro Tri-County area and you see units, down to 450 square feet. A lot different demographics. People, it's more condensed, with 600 square feet is a real common number for one bedroom. That is 593, 575, 613s. Remember, I do all the unit by unit heat loss calcs, so I have these numbers memorized.
That's fair, but in effect, there is an architectural solution that you would recognize in putting in these heat pumps.
Well, I think what I'm trying to say, Sean, is right now, in R406, you have a choice to use them or not use them, and on Battleground, they chose to use them and take the credits in R406. So even if you exempted them in this proposal and you still got credit in R406, they're going to get used and get designed. It's just not absolute mandated. And that's what I would like to see, where we maintain the credits like we have going on, and Battleground went after them and opted out of the split system, for space heating. In other words, I guess what I'm trying to say is, the current code is pretty good.
Thanks, Patrick.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I had a broader question. I think we talked about this at the outset of the first meeting. The goal that we're trying to reach, I believe, is a 9% energy savings, kind of the average of those two trajectory lines. Is that a fair assessment?
Goal.
Sorry to catch you mid-bite there, Jill.
The goal is around 9% from the 2006 Energy Code. We're about 14% from the last Energy Code.
Per cycle.
Yeah, 14% from the last Energy Code, or a steady 9% from the 2006 code in each cycle, 8.75%.
And I was just noting that the residential, the last code is a little ahead of the lower line and behind the upper line. So I think it's on track. And I believe the difference in the two is about 4.5% to 14.5%, which averages at about 9. So I just wanted to get clear on the goal. That was just a general question.
Yeah, and it's true. With the residential code last cycle is ahead of the commercial code last cycle. So the commercial code needed to push ahead a lot. This needs to push ahead not so much. So yeah, I think you're totally correct on that.
Okay. And then specifically on this proposal, I have many of the same questions from the last one, so I'll put those aside. But a specific one on this one is on PDF page 7 with the life cycle cost analysis. Keep going. There you go. Oh, I see we have different pages. Oh, no, your break is right there. I see. Okay, so I'm looking at the column titled Heat Pump Water Heating Proposal. And the first construction cost is 17,057. When I go through the cost data page on subsequent pages, I'm coming up with 17,545. I'm wondering which of us is in error.
Can you go to the next, can you go to the next page so I can see what you're talking about?
I think it's the 2 pages down, Krista. Yeah, there's the table. And I can't do the math in my head, but I did it on the side a while back.
I'll have to look more into that, but it should be, I basically put these numbers into the, I'll check to make sure, but I put them into the life cycle cost analysis tool and just added like a 1 or a 0 next to the piece of equipment.
Gotcha.
Depending on whether it was used. So if there was a mistake in typing it up, I apologize, but I'll look into that and get back to you on that. Thanks for pointing that out.
Good deal. And on the heat pump water heater being analyzed, just a few questions, and you don't have to answer them now, but I was curious how it was sized, first of all, and what the efficiency level was. I'm assuming code minimum, but also were conditions for Seattle considered only, or was there some consideration to the the Eastern Washington climate? And I realize this water heater may or may not communicate with the outside, so it gets complicated, but just curious.
Yeah, so I think the efficiency of the heat pump water heater that was used was energy factor of 2.2. I think federal minimum is 2.0. This was designed kind of based off the Seattle code and was like assuming that people wouldn't be using a minimum federal efficiencies and more assuming that they'd be using like a more typical or average heat pump water heater. I am in the process again of like rerunning these according to the 2021 IECC updated, the integrated draft that's online, and like looking at the options table and trying to, figure out like, can you run a federally minimum efficient mixed fuel home or federally minimum efficient home using like the mixed for heat pump water heaters and gas furnaces, etc., and actually still pass the code with the options table. And we'll be probably asking some folks some questions when we meet for the group from the proponent on the assumptions that are being made in that. But that kind of answers your question. It was a small efficiency greater than minimum. I will note that the gas water heater, I think, was a 78% efficient gas water heater in the gas baseline, which is far above the minimum efficiency required by federal. So we weren't just making more efficient heat pump water heaters and less efficient gas water heaters. We boosted the efficiency of both equipment based on like what we think would actually be built.
Is anybody else hearing this?
I can hear Johnny, but it's very faint.
I can't hear him at all.
Can you hear me now?
That's a bit better, Johnny. Thanks.
I was just pontificating. Don't listen to me.
Oh no, that was a good answer, and I was going to ask about the water heater efficiency, so I appreciate you.
Can anyone summarize the answer so that we know what he said?
Yeah, I'll just summarize real quick. I used more typically average efficiencies, not the federal minimum efficiencies. It was based off of the 2018 IECC and assuming Seattle code, and we figured that buildings probably wouldn't be installing, I think it's 60% efficient gas water heaters. I believe that it was a 78% efficient gas water heater. I can go check. And then the federal minimum efficiency for a heat pump water heater is an energy factor of 2. We chose 2.2. I am rerunning the models for the 2021 IECC integrated draft and am going to see if I can even run buildings using the federal minimum efficiencies and still like feasibly pass the code using the options table. Likely I will be adding points based on the efficiency boost that you get for a gas water heater if you use the options table, and similarly for heat pump water heater for, I think it's the NEA standard, you get an extra point or 2, something like that. So I'll probably be using that, but I will mention that when we have a group that meets with the proponent. Let me know if you have any questions there.
Yeah, just to clarify on the model, I I believe the intent, or actually the requirement of the energy code, is to not preempt federal standards, and so that you have to provide a pathway whereby you can meet the code with federal minimum efficiencies.
Absolutely. And there is a way through the options table to do that. It's just whether or not that's like what people are actually going to do. Like, do we want to run scenarios where it's like, this is what it would be for federal minimum efficiency, and we just pick every option on the options table to get around that. We can do that, and that is an option, which gets around that. But I'm trying to think, like, how are homes actually going to be built, given like the NEA standards or the NEA study showing that people are already using this options table anyway, because it is the most reasonable way to build buildings currently.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's yeah, that's a nuanced complexity for sure. And then in general on the costs, I forgot to ask this on the other proposal. Are those just for the appliance, or does that include infrastructure as well? I mean, I'll give an example. The gas water heater, does that include the pipe from the meter to the water heater and other appliances, or is that just the appliance?
For the
For the total cost number.
yeah. So both the heat pump, water heater only, and mixed fuel both include the gas connection cost. Because if you only install a heat pump water heater and you're still installing a gas furnace, then you still need a gas connection to that building, which is why if you look at the upfront cost, it's actually higher for a heat pump water heater alone than a mixed fuel building. And that's because a heat pump water heater has a higher capital cost than just a gas water heater. But if you go all electric, then you can actually remove that $2,164 new gas connection cost, and you'll see cost savings.
Yeah,
because the delta
ahead.
between the gas water heater and the heat pump water heater is more than that, or is less than that, I should say.
And yeah, I'm glad you bring that up. The infrastructure I was referring to would be within the building, not from the street to the building, which I believe was what line 1 is referring to.
Yeah, I don't think that we include gas infrastructure cost within the building, which would make it more beneficial. But
fair enough.
I could probably, I think there are numbers out there that PG&E did in California that like looked at it, and I think it was on the scale of a few $100s, but I actually would need to do further research on that.
Okay, that's fair. And then regarding that top line, the gas connection, I think Larry Andrews brought this up earlier, but I'll go into more detail. Typically, I mean, from my perspective, from Northwest Natural's perspective, typically if a house has a gas heat appliance and another appliance, the cost to serve is 0. And I'm wondering, I've tried to find the source of this number, and there's quite a bit of study in the heat pumps for water heater spreadsheet, but those appear to be from California primarily. I was wondering if any Washington utilities were contacted to get their local policies and costs.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Are you talking about the 2164 gas connection cost?
Yes.
Yeah, that was based off of kind of an analysis of gas connection costs like all throughout the country. We looked, I think, at like 20 different gas connection costs. There was a high variability in the amount of gas connection costs as well as line extension allowances. And I know that there are currently
You're fading a bit, Johnny.
Sorry about that. I know that there's current discussions on eliminating line extension costs, or I know it's just recently reduced from certain mixed fuel utilities. So this cost is probably actually pretty conservative, given that line extension costs are in the process of being reviewed and eliminated in many places, and is going to be considered to be eliminated this year.
Is that in the legislature to be eliminated in Washington?
Yeah, I believe it's at the UTC, but I could be incorrect about that.
I mean, that may be the case, However, the tag has to make decisions on what is currently enacted, so I don't know that that's pertinent.
I agree with that. I think things that are not yet published and not yet, is certainly not yet legislated or things we shouldn't
Yeah,
take too much stock in.
I'm open to you know, any information provided on the gas connection cost here from proponent, from anybody. Well, I can take into account when remodeling this.
Cool. And yeah, just I noted in the spreadsheet that a lot of these line extension and cost to serve, just sorry, I'm using utility parlance there. The connection cost was for larger multifamily construction, like 200 plus units, which I don't know is within the province of this code per se, perhaps, but I think this code is primarily focused on smaller buildings and single family, of course. Anyway, we'll get to that in the work group, or whatever we're calling it. Okay, one more question for you, I believe.
So Patrick's example building was 240 units. Just to bring that up, Kevin.
Fair enough. I'll yield the floor. I think the appropriate place for more of these questions is in the offline group. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Dave Balan.
Right. So rather than delve into the economics of this matter, I do want to point out that our life cycle cost tool is meant to be a societal level life cycle cost tool. So in principle, these numbers are meant to cover not just the cost of the hookup, but the cost to somebody that later on becomes part of meter hookup charges, of fixed costs to the home, or fixed cost to somebody else. They're not free. That said, I think I'm gonna, in this case, agree with Patrick. We have a different structure than the IACC, and it's a little hard to understand how the IACC strategies can interact with our codes, given the way we are handling the option tables. The option tables are meant to provide a full set of options that will get equivalent savings across a variety of measures, including heat pump water heaters. This proposal more or less says, no, we don't have to do that. Or at least if we do that, we only have to count the part that's between, say, federal minimum standard and some other device that might be more efficient, and certainly would be less cost effective at that point, because you're only talking about the marginal case. I don't know if I'm ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but both of these two proposals reduce the flexibility of the code, and that'd be a good idea if our code was unsuccessful. That is to say, if we didn't get progress on, say, carbon emissions from our code. But that's not the case. We are getting carbon emissions progress from our code, and it's fairly substantial. It is not complete, but it's 2021, not 2022, not 2030. So it may be that we can get all the way to getting this proposal in place without actually deciding, oh yes, we have the authority to essentially restrict and or remove, say, gas extensions. We don't. I don't think. And it worries me that we are playing around with the limits of our authority when we say we'll only have this kind of heat pump and we'll only have this kind of water heater in our code. It's, even though I actually agree with the goal, I do. And I'd be very interested in somebody saying, oh yeah, we have the authority to do that. The legislature is giving us that authority, or somebody else did, or we think we can get away with it in the federal court. Whatever it is, I'd like to hear about it, because I'm a little concerned that that's even possible. That said, from here on out, we're going to be talking about alterations in the option table with or without this proposal. And those options will be to move the impact of that option table a few percentage points to get us on track or keep us on track for meeting our goals in 2030. This by itself might or might not actually get there, depending on whether the rest of the option tables cease to be practical once you don't have a choice about water heaters or space heaters. That's my comment.
Thanks, Dave. Good points. Mark Sniffen.
Yeah, I was going to mirror David's comments. It seems to me like when we have a proposal like this that moves it from an option to a mandatory, then we also have to have a proposal to amend the options table. And should we not have something to replace it with? Because if we keep mandatory the use of some of these options, it's going to take the flexibility right out of having those options. So I kind of think that if we're going to have a proposal like this, then shouldn't we have something addressing that options table and eliminating it from the options table? And do we have a replacement for that? Because I'll tell you, as a building official, I'm seeing these people struggle really hard just to get options that they can build a house with. And if we start eliminating those, it's just going to get more difficult to actually build the houses. So yeah, that was my concern. And one other point I wanted to bring up is that these have to be correlated with the other proposals we're looking at. So if we're looking at mandatorily moving these water heaters to the inside of the house, which was one of them that we were going to touch upon today that we approved, then this would have to be modified here when it talks about it being if it's outside, and it takes away some of the flexibility there again. So these kind of seem to be compounding measures. I think we should keep track of. Even the R2 conversation that we're talking about, it kind of falls in that same thing. So I just think we should be cautious not to compound proposals upon other proposals and to be careful with our options table.
Mark, you're exactly right. And that's why we paid millions of dollars to be here in the tag, because we get to consider which of the proposals will make the best code. And it could be that the Sean's all electric proposals are going to get us there, or some combination of them and other things, or just the R406 proposals, which there's a dozen, or some other method is going to get us there. So we as the tag have to decide that. And unfortunately, I guess to your point, we have to consider them in some order. So I'm trying to come up with an order that allows us to consider them thoroughly, and I guess vote on them at some point in an orderly way, such that we can make a code that's better. But we can't do everything that was proposed, I don't think. I think there's lots of correlation issues if we try to vote every proposal forward. So agree with you on that. So I had Mike Kennedy next, but Mike, you've lowered your hand. So I will go with Kevin. You had your hand up next.
I believe Greg is next.
Okay, Greg.
Just a quick comment. I think I heard Sean say earlier that both of his proposals are suggesting federal minimum heat pump and heat pump hot water heaters. So the energy credit table still takes us well above that. I'm not sure that there's really a conflict there.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you could still get some credits from that. Okay. Thanks, Greg. Kevin?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I forgot a couple questions. Looking again at the life cycle cost analysis, this term on my PDF page 6. I had a question not for the proponent, but I guess I'm not sure who, for staff perhaps. I'm not clear. I know that the statute requires the council to select the least cost option for the owner or the building owner to achieve the goals mandated by the legislature, but I'm not sure if it's the life cycle cost analysis or the social life cycle cost analysis or both, or how that gets adjudicated.
The council adopted the life cycle cost analysis that you're seeing here by resolution in 2012, and we've been using it ever since.
I appreciate that note. That doesn't answer my question though.
What was the question?
Which analysis rules? Look at this example. We have a life cycle cost analysis that shows the mixed fuel system as the best choice in one case, and then the alternative, or excuse me, the baseline in this case being the gas, the electric heat pump water heater case being the best. So which is it? Or is it some combination of the both?
Only that the proposal has to be net cost effective on the life cycle basis. It doesn't necessarily say it has to be comparative to any other thing. That's other people's job. All you have to do is show that it is cost effective, period. The fact that it's not as cost effective as one other thing, that isn't relevant. Not in the resolution and not in the life cycle cost analysis.
But the resolution does say the council shall choose the least cost burden for the building owner. And in this case, if it's the life cycle cost analysis that establishes that, then the mixed fuel building would be that choice.
I can't predict that.
And my question was actually to staff.
Right.
Was the method by which?
What is the
in the chapter requirements for non-residential buildings, which is the commercial code? I guess what is your question, Kevin?
I mean, I can pull up the statute if we'd like. I don't have the number right in front of me. Pardon me. I'm referring specifically RCW 19.27a.025, paragraph B, and I'll just quote a portion of that. Well, any new measures developed to yield the lowest overall cost of the building owner. Or excuse me, I cut that up too much. I'll just read the whole thing. Any new measures, standards, or requirements adopted must be technically feasibly commercially available and developed to yield the lowest overall cost to the building owner while meeting the energy reduction goals established under other statute.
And Kevin, let me just stop you there for a second because the title on that is non-residential buildings.
Oh.
So that applies to, my interpretation is that applies to the commercial code.
My apologies. Well, I appreciate that note. And okay, so a different question then. Where did it go? I'm sorry, I'm just a little flustered here. Oh, okay. Went back to it. There was a comment that the connection fee for gas is not free. And that's very true. That cost is, however, baked into the cost of gas, which is included in the life cycle cost analysis for the cost of fuel. And that's the beauty of patient capital, is that cost can be amortized for many years. So it's not free in the sense of you do pay for it eventually, but as a cost of the owner, it's not an upfront cost. Thank you. That's all my comments.
Thanks, Kevin. And I know the proponent has to leave in about 16 minutes, possibly less, to get to the airport. So I guess actions that we could take are, and I know there many people still have their hands up, and we've taken some public or some comment and we haven't gotten through it all, but actions that we could take in the next, I'd like to handle this before the proponent has to leave, just so that if we want to table it and ask the proponent to convene people, that is able to happen. So I guess I'm seeing that there's a few options, and someone can make a motion in a bit, and I could see us tabling this to a future meeting, and then people could email Sean about revising this. I'm also hearing a good number of people say that maybe we don't even need this based on the great code that was published in 2018, or that was the residential code 2018 that is doing many of the same things. And we could have other motions as well. So I guess I kind of want to hear from people quickly on additional comments on this, but I would also like to see what motions want to be made.
Hey, Shell.
Not run out of time. So,
Shell, could I make a quick comment so
Sure.
that to help educate people on these things? And yes, our current code is doing a good job. For years and years, I did a lot of Section 8 housing where I produced the tax credit utility allowance. A conventional water heater in a Section 8 apartment, they have higher occupancy loads. They allow more people to live there. But you get into the 3 and 4 bedroom units, and a conventional water heater will use 500 to 700 kilowatt hours of electricity per month. You put a heat pump water heater in that same unit, it'll use 121. So as far as reaching our goal, these things have a lot of horsepower for reaching that goal. But I do agree, again, I'll restate that let R2 live on its own in R406 and let the design carry it towards these systems. Other thing I wanted to say is I have a lot of projects going on right now where we're 15% better than the code because we're after those credits. And we are putting in heat pump water heating systems in the larger buildings. And the developers, because of the efficiency of the building, are looking at including the utilities in the rent and not metering them. So, that was unheard of prior to this code cycle.
Okay.
They always charge for utilities. Now they're talking about, well, they're low enough, we can just add $60, $70 to the rent every month and we're covered.
Thanks, Patrick. Was that your comments?
That's it.
Okay, thanks. I have Larry, then Greg, then Tina and Andrea, and please be cognizant that we should probably make a motion fairly soon. So keep your comments pithy. And someone
Mr. Chair, I do need to drop in just a couple of minutes. So
Therefore, make a motion, if I may.
You go ahead, Kevin.
I make a motion to table this proposal until the next meeting so the proponent can convene interested parties.
Second.
So the motion, we have a second. And anybody else can convene whatever parties they want to modify this as well. So everybody now has Sean's email address. It was in the chat a while ago. It could be put there again, perhaps. And please email Sean, copy Krista, if you want to be, and then note that this is the heat pump water heating group, not the heat pump space heating group that you might have sent an email about earlier. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to know if the proponent would rather have one meeting for both issues or have separate groups.
Judging how things went in commercial, I think, and the distinct issues, it's probably going to be more effective to have separate.
Thanks.
We may just do one dedicated meeting to cost effectiveness analysis that could address both. But for the proposals themselves, I think separate.
Okay, and we also need to avoid a quorum in any of those meetings. So keeping things separate might be a good idea. Okay, I see two people with their hand up. I'm going to call on Tina because she hasn't spoken yet. Hey, Tina.
Yes, Shel, thank you. Two questions. Just on RCW 19.27A.025 that is non-residential buildings. Could I ask that you or the committee look to see if there's a similar RCW for residential buildings? I have not had time to look that up. And then my second question would be with regard to the term affordable housing. There's no definition in code or in our meetings. Should this committee define what affordable housing is in definition? Is it to the end user or is it to the investor or to the builder? So I think that would be helpful when we have further discussions on affordable housing, because there is no definition and there's 10 different assumptions to what that can mean.
Shel, could I respond?
Go ahead.
For a similar issue in the Seattle Code, we did come up with a formal definition for affordable housing. So somebody might choose to look at Chapter 2 of the Seattle Energy Code to see that definition, which was based on our Office of Housing's use of the term, and it's very legalistic.
So Tina, you could contact Dwayne, or Dwayne, you could contact Tina and share that definition. So I would like to vote before Sean has to leave, but we do have people with their hands up, so I'll ask you to be brief. You can talk as long as you want, but I ask you to be brief, please. Respect. Larry.
I got just 3 quick points here. One is about the gas meters. The gas meter, all the labor and everything to maintain it is all put into the therm price. But one of the things that bothers me most is about eliminating natural gas is we have hydronic systems that have 95% boilers. We've got 80-gallon hot water makers, and the hot water maker comes with a lifetime warranty to the resident, the original resident. And we're getting a recapture of 92% with that. I would not want to see that go away. And then also is, we've talked about the small homes, but now I want to talk about the medium to large size homes. And you burn through the heat pump water heater really fast, okay, on the hot water. It only makes 27 gallons per hour after you burnt through the first bunch. And so after that, you can't take a shower. You have less than a half gallon a minute after you burnt that. So if you got a family of 3 or 4 and you need to get showers through, you're not going to do it. Now, gas water heater, just a standard gas water heater, you can run a shower all day long with the right shower head. Okay, but you can't do that with a heat pump water heater. Then also on the gas water heater, we have the instantaneous.
Larry, you're providing really good input. The motion on the floor right now is to table. And normally after a motion to table, I believe there's no further discussion. But I was going to allow discussion if it, I think, affected the outcome of this vote. And I think your input is good on the proposal itself, but I don't know that it's directly relevant to the motion to table. So I hope you understand that I'm trying to trying to move this forward before Sean has to leave. So we will consider this again if we in fact table it. Okay, and Kevin, you had your hand up, and Andrew, you have your hand up. I would like to vote now, but if you need to speak, speak.
Yeah, I was going to make a point of order. I didn't want to interrupt, but it's true. A motion to lay on the table is not debatable, so we should actually just vote.
Yep. Okay, I was just trying to respect Larry and everybody else's right to make comments to be helpful. Okay, let's vote. All in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We have now considered 2 proposals and tabled to both. So we are closer to our end goal of having an energy code, but we've kind of kicked the can down the road as well, and put a lot onto Sean and others. So thank you for all the input on those 2. It is the noontime hour, and now we would go to other things to consider. It's kind of about lunch break time, so I think that taking a 10-minute break now for lunch and coming back in 10 minutes would probably do everybody some good, and then we can come at it fresh when we just look at 079. So we're adjourned until 12:05. All right, everybody. In years past, in 2019, I would have bought a pizza for everybody that came to the residential energy code tag, or enough pizza for everybody. So it's too bad that we're still on Zoom. In some ways, we got a lot of more personal connections when we're able to meet in person and share lunch together while we worked. All right, we are back at it. We're gonna go in order unless anybody has any other suggestions. So 079 is the next one, U factor replacements.
Good afternoon, Chell. This is Dan Wildenhouse, and I believe this one is mine.
You have the floor.
Great, thank you, everyone, and thanks for spending the time to make it through this today. This measure is intended to improve residential window insulation through modifications to the U factor requirements in table R402.1.2. For simplicity's sake, this is only changing the fenestration U factor from 0.30 to 0.28. This is an area weighted 0.28. We're hopeful that this will be rather non-contentious at this time, as 0.28 windows were just recently unanimously recommended for approval for inclusion in the upcoming 2024 IECC by the residential subcommittee. And that consensus included window and glazing industry support, implying that the 0.28 is a reasonable efficiency level to require for our 2021 residential code. In addition, Oregon has already adopted U of 0.27 windows into their base energy code. And as such, industry windows that are more than exceed the efficiency level proposed here are widely available throughout the Pacific Northwest. Additionally, this aligns with the outgoing Energy Star version 6.0 specification due in 2023 as Energy Star version 7. This would have aligned with Energy Star version 6. So to be keeping up with the most previous version of Energy Star. A couple of quick notes before we jump into questions. It is true that there is not a tremendous amount of savings here, but there's also not a tremendous amount of cost. So we took cost from a number of different factors, not wanting to just believe the costs that were quoted by Energy Star or the costs quoted in the recent IECC cost effectiveness analysis report. We also interviewed some builders and came up with some averaged blended cost by taking all of that together. So you can see on the screen here are some of these costs. So for the prototype home, $403 approximately as the cost. We also did some simple energy analysis with a tool called REMRate, the most common energy modeling tool in the residential marketplace right now. I used REMRate version 16.0.6, one of the more current versions. In other words, this is what a builder would use to go after a tax credit or to qualify for Energy Star or to get a HERS score. We did savings with gas furnace homes and heat pump homes in both the climate zone 4C and 5B. Did some average. And we were aware that some of the quotes for northern climates in the Pacific Northwest from the Energy Star were a bit high. So we took their most conservative savings per year and blended it with our modeled savings per year to come up with a blended savings per year number. And then we used the LCCA tool and found that depending on the measure life that you use, the net present savings are positive with or without the SCC in all cases except for one, and that is a Seattle heat pump home that uses a 30-year measure life. In the Pacific Northwest, we typically use a 40-year measure life for windows. That is what the Northwest Power and Conservation Council uses, as opposed to what Energy Star uses. So when I reran the LCCA with a 40-year measure life, you can see that we had a positive net present savings, both with and without social cost of carbon put in there. So that's my pitch. I'm going to go ahead and shut up for a few minutes and see what kind of comments and questions we have.
Thank you so much, Dan. And then for also walking us through the cost analysis and the rationale there. Are there any comments on this proposal? Dwayne?
Yeah, Dan, could you just tell us what the impact will be on the energy credit section in R406?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. I'm glad you brought that up, Dwayne. This would eliminate the current option 1.3 on there. And I've heard others mention this before. Are we concerned about removing credits there? Yes, but we also, as it's been brought up, have several new credits that we're proposing, one of which I submitted myself. So I feel that I'm doing my darndest to keep a level balanced playing field here. If I'm removing a credit, I also proposed a new credit. So it does remove 1.3 and it would likely shift what's available in terms of full or half credit for some of the other measures if this is the new baseline.
And these 0.28 are just typical off the shelf now, right?
That is correct. These are pretty typical off the shelf at the moment. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Patrick.
Hey, he just ran off. How can I ask him questions? He disappeared. Oh, he's coming back. Ask questions.
Sorry, parental units arrived at the front door right at that moment.
I have some questions for you. Your cost per square foot numbers look a little low. What is of the glass for your 0.28 vinyl window, like as in brand of low E and emissivity and so forth?
I did not go on it's cardinal glass. I did not go on brand of low E and emissivity. Specifically, we looked strictly though at a 2 double low E glazing. We did not go to a fourth surface. We just looked at the 2 surface low E cardinal glass. We did not have to factor in any labor changes because these are the exact same labor to install as you would get with a 0.30 window. So that is one of the reasons why this is a relatively low cost per square foot, no labor increase involved, and strictly sticking with a double low E glazing.
Well, some manufacturers, like one in Kent, cannot hit a 0.28 without going to a double low E product because in reality, they're not very good at thermal testing. They don't take it seriously enough. So the cost impact would most likely be higher for them. Others can probably do it with a single low E product.
Yes,
you don't know specifically if these numbers are related to Cardinal 366, 272, 270, 340.
You're right. I do not know which ones they're specifically related to, but we did get buy-in again from the window and glazing component for the IECC proposal for this. They did all sign off on this as very doable and reasonable for the prescriptive code for the IECC. But you do bring up a good point. Different manufacturers have different processes, are capably different. We did find that what we anticipated in a separate project we're working on to be the most common window producer in the Northwest for those going for higher efficiency windows turns out not to be the one that builders are using. Builders are choosing a couple of other manufacturers over the one that we assumed would have been the one just based off of the cost that we've heard. And so that is reflected in the 3 builder interviews that we did.
Okay.
All right, Andrea.
Yeah, I just had a question. Did you have any conversations with builders about the supply of 0.28 windows from their manufacturers? Because the few that I have talked to had said that there was a long wait time because there's apparently a shortage of, they're doing short runs or something now due to lack available glass or whatnot. So I was just curious if you had those conversations.
We did. We had actually looked at a more stringent proposal as well for the IECC, so we had to have some of those conversations. And we've seen lead times bounce anywhere from 7 weeks all the way up to 16 weeks and back now down to 9 weeks. That seems to be more common when you're going for even lower U-value windows. A couple of different things come into play here. Transportation over mountains with very low U-value windows where you're, you don't want the expansion and contraction of gas as you go up and over mountains. But at 0.28, as well as the availability of krypton gas when you're getting to very low U-value windows. At the 0.28, all the major manufacturers seem to have this in stock, and its lead time is within the kind of what is expected currently in the builder market. I will say that in the past 18 months, prices had gone up almost 30% from when we did our first couple checks about 19 months ago until just in January. So we reflected that when we did some inflation for some of the other cost values that we used.
Okay, perfect. And then just another question too to follow up on that. Do you have I'm just trying to understand if the cost associated with going to a lower window factor, if it has any, I'm trying to determine if it has the cost amount actually is warranted, I guess, for the increase in efficiency. What the bottom line, I guess, is what I'm trying to ask is what is the average efficiency that we're getting out of going to 0.28?
Yeah, Kiel, if you want to scroll down, we're not talking about a lot of savings that we're getting here, but then again, we're also not, talking about a huge cost. If you can see here, we've got the modeled annual in the cost and the delta, and then I put it in kBTU per year, at least for the heat pumps, just because that seems to be again, we heard earlier, 88% of homes right now are selecting a heat pump at least as the primary fuel. We don't know how many of those have gas backup, of course. So we adjusted the kBTU there. So you can see that we're not talking tremendous amount of savings, but also not talking tremendous amount of cost. So we look to the NPS and this in the simple payback in terms of this. Shooting for simple paybacks, less, if you can get a simple payback at 3/4 of the life of the product or less, that seems to be a fairly decent. If you want to compare this to going from an R21 to an R23 wall, you will get a little bit more savings from that R23 wall, but you're going to get about that same ratio in terms of simple payback years compared to the what we consider the measure life of the product, which is about 66 to 75%.
All right, thanks, Andrea. Next, we have Dave Balaam. Go ahead, Dave.
Yes, I'd like to make this a really simple comment. I move we accept this proposal as written.
Thanks, Dave. Do we have a second for this, the
Second.
motion?
This is Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. I assume there'll be further discussion, but we have now a motion that we're gonna consider. So the next person on my list is, I guess, Dave, did you have anything more to say?
No, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Next person I have is Lee Ho.
All right. I was going to talk about the comment about the double coat on the windows. From my understanding, the reason we don't do double coat in this climate because the dew points will be in between the glass panel, which will create humidity and fog up the windows. So I would like to propose if do a WUFI study on window subsidy in this climate, see if double E-coat would be acceptable.
I can't state whether or not double E-coat would be by itself, but I do know that WUFI studies have been done on fourth surface low E. And that does seem to be penciling out okay. That condensation challenge, can be a real one, but that has a lot to do with the gasket, right? And the air leakage rate on the window. Those are not something that we typically put into our energy code as a minimum requirement. Going only with U value and SHGC. So it is a legitimate question. That said, there are some manufacturers that get to 0.28 with a single low E glazing. And again, we have these being installed across the state of Oregon in both Eastern and Western Oregon at 0.27 with either single or double low E, and have yet to see any major problems there. And I work on the EPS new construction program where we see about 3,000 homes a year come through that program. And all of those homes have to be at least to code or to a minimum of 10% better. So 0.27 or 0.26 windows with either single or double or quadruple surface low E are all fairly regular occurrences in that program. And we've yet to see that be a challenge.
And there's lots of glazing installed in the last several years to meet additional energy efficiency credits that use the fourth surface low E. And I haven't had any reports of condensation.
Did that address your question, Leho?
That's it.
Okay. And one thing I forgot is if you are not a member of the tag, please just state your affiliation or where you're coming from. Just for the record.
Thanks. And I did not say that, Kel. I'm Dan Waldenhouse with Better Built Northwest, representing NIA on this proposal.
Okay, thanks. And next I have Larry.
Yeah, Larry Andrews with Andrews Mechanical. We are a general contractor too. One of my questions would be, what's the failure rate between the 0.28 and the 0.30? Because we did a fairly good sized custom home and we had some failures with windows that were in this 2.8 range. So what kind of failure rate do we have by going to this? Because
I can answer that, Larry. 0.
Okay.
The failure rate would be a product. What probably happened on that custom home was a manufacturing problem. It didn't have anything to do with the components.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Shell, you're muted.
Patrick, you have the floor.
I'm not sure that this is necessary. Because in R406, we have 1.3, which gets a half a point. We have the bar set pretty high in R406 to get 6 credits. And all of a sudden you're taking away a half a credit. And in the prescriptive compliance path, 1.3 is used almost universally. And I bet Andrea can back me up on this, that I just don't think it's necessary that we're getting it out of R406, similar to the heat pump water heater and, you know, split system space heat. I mean, R406 at 6 credits is doing its job very well. The point where we just don't need to lower the bar in this table, especially if we're going to go alter R406. But, you know, you guys, I pull 55 building permits a year. I know how this is done.
Yeah. And Patrick, I guess one thing that you may be suggesting is that if we do approve this proposal, that we would in R406 lower that one so you still get credit for getting a better window product. But it is.
Yeah, maybe we don't. Yeah.
0.28 base.
Maybe we only need 5 credits if we modify the body. You know what I'm saying? But Shell, I've done more houses since this code came into play than I've probably done in 8 years because it's tough. They're landing on my desk. And
Patrick, you're welcome.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Patrick. Andrea.
Yeah, I was just gonna agree with what Patrick said. I don't think that we really need to mandate a lower U factor when there's already options to do that in the credit system. So for that reason, I'll be voting against that. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, 2 things. One is my windows condense. I don't know any of the details of them. The condensation, it can be an issue. Doesn't do it very often, but certain atmospheric conditions lead to it. In terms of C406 versus C402, one big advantage of having these requirements in C402 is they would apply to replacement product as well. Where C406, you know, has a fairly finite life. You know, once you get to the replacement cycle, you don't have to comply with C406. So I think it's important on items like envelope items where we're actually expecting people to upgrade to the code when they replace it, that it be in the main body of the code. So that's it.
Thanks, Mike. Mark Sniffen.
Yeah, I just want to mirror that. I don't think we need to keep messing with our points. I think it's a minor gain, and I don't like code change, particularly just because you can change it. So the lesser changes to me, the better. That's just my opinion. I'll be voting no on that too.
I agree with
Thanks,
Mark. I agree with Mark, and I'm going to vote no as well.
Okay. Well, voting is what we're going to do because nobody else has their hand up. So I think we should do a roll call vote on this one. So Krista, if you want to, your pencil ready, do a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, was a motion made?
Oh, yes. Was there?
Yes.
Motion?
Yes.
So, the motion was by Dave Balon to pass.
Oh, that's right.
This proposal as written, and there were no modifications to it. And it was seconded. So now let's vote.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
No.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen, oh, sorry, Kevin Dwell,
Abstain.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yeah.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Liz Reichert,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
motion carries 11-5 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. So this will be part of the package that we send to the MVE committee that they will review and possibly send to the Building Code Council for the CR 102 public comment process. So it's not very far from being done. Okay, let's head to the next proposal. Air leakage R4 2.4. Is this the Lisa one?
Yes, this is our proposal.
Lisa, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. So the purpose of this proposal is primarily to reorganize this section in the Energy Code. This section was tackled by a group of building air leakage air barrier experts for the 2024 IACC. And there was a committee or a working group that convened to figure out the best way to reorganize this section so that it addressed some kind of poor architecture, I guess would be the best way to describe it. Section R402.4.1.2 testing had exceptions in 2 different locations. So it was kind of confusing on when those exceptions would apply. And so they reorganized this section so that it only had 1 exception. And also scroll down. And keep going. It also creates a new section, R402.4.1.3, that pulls all the leakage rate language into one place and makes it clear what is required for the dwelling unit leakage rate, and then also for the leakage rate for group R2 multifamily buildings. Again, the intent here is that the requirements of the code have not been changed, but the section's been reorganized so that it is a little easier to read. It was brought to my attention, Mike Kennedy and I had a conversation earlier that I do have a detail in here that actually doesn't change stringency. So I want to highlight that, and I would accept putting it back to the original language just to maintain the intent that there's no increase in stringency. And that would be, let's see, in the exception there under R402.4.1.3.1, in the exception, it indicates that the allowed leakage rate for an addition is 5 air changes. The original language actually is 7. And so just want to highlight that detail, that it was not our intent to increase the stringency in this proposal. And so we'd be happy to put it back to 7 if that's the preference of the tag. That's it.
This is Dwayne. I make a motion to approve this with the change of back to the 7 air changes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
This is Greg. I'll second the motion.
Thanks, Greg. We have a motion. We have a second. We further discussion. Mike Kennedy. And you are on mute, Mike, or I can't hear you anyway.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I can hear you.
I had some concerns about the 7 air changes. I'll just say on additions, I mean, I do a couple of these a month up here in Jefferson County, and air leakage tests, and some of them are additions. And it's kind of I personally think additions should be exempt. It's crazy, you put a 500 square foot or 600 square foot addition on a Victorian, and if it's what I've often seen is a basement being filled out, and so it's a third of the floor area, but you've got this ACH 10 or 15 building on top of it, and they don't pass, and then everybody just goes, oh well, that's the energy code, and kind of discounts it. So I would almost prefer to see additions just flat out exempt, or have it be only apply to additions that are more than 50% of the floor area or something, because you usually have to test both parts together. It's rare that you can isolate the addition. I do have some concerns here about the occurrence in C or R402.4.1.3.1 in the second sentence, where it requires 3 ACH for R401.2 option 1. Is that, so is 3 ACH, isn't that a change in the code, or is that coming from the integrated draft?
Came in from IECC.
Okay, so yeah, boy. Well, I will say about that is a lot of houses, if it's done honestly, a lot of houses will not pass. And I actually don't think it'll be done honestly. But one of the issues here is builders don't know how to get reliably below 3, small builders. And then when they do, they're trying all kinds of stuff. I'll come across houses that are under 1, which is screaming air quality problem to me. It's like, no, they should have a real ventilation system, and not just an exhaust fan when they're down at that level. So I really encourage, there really needs to be some written materials about how to reliably get, an air leakage rate of between 2 and 3 in these houses that builders can, small builders, they're not going to have time to go to a training all the time for every little thing. They just need to be able to read 2 or 4 pages or something that tells them how to do it. I think we really need to work on that training element. I think it will have a far bigger impact than changing the numbers in the code. I also had somewhere in here, it talks about the testing agency. And I think it's up at the top. And that's not a defined term. I guess I found that a funny term. I mean, typically the people doing the testing are the HVAC contractor or the installation contractor, sometimes a third party like myself. And I found this language very ambiguous, and I don't really like, there's another proposal on this that I don't really like either, but I guess I
Do you
wondered.
have a preferred term that could be substituted in there?
I don't sign by the tester.
Well, actually, we do have a defined term called approved agency. An established and recognized agency regularly employed in conducting tests and or furnishing inspection services or furnishing product certification research reports where approved. So we've used approved agency for a couple of things in the past. And by the way, my memory of that 7 air change thing was that somebody brought it up saying it's a pretty loose standard, but if you're worse than 7 air changes, then yeah, you'd have to actually hire somebody to go around your house and put some of that sticky pucky in the cracks.
Right, which seems crazy. I mean, you're not going to get an old Victorian to get down to 7. You're just not.
Yeah, the window frames are pretty bad.
Everything's for the lath and plaster, the balloon framing with the knee wall, ventilated underneath the floor. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, this is Albert Rooks too. I've spent a decade on air tightness subject also, and I'd have to agree with everyone on the 7 air changes and looser, because sometimes those old Victorians will have insulation materials that you really don't want to disturb, and I think there's a diminishing return there. I will kind of respectfully disagree on the 3 air tightness. There's been air tightness training provided by WSU and various agencies for at least a decade. And at this point, anyone should be able to get a building down to 3 air changes or less, in my humble opinion.
Thanks, Albert. And I was going to at some point call on WSU and Jonathan Jones and
what percentage of your tests are below 3 or above 3?
So for Albert Rooks, we pretty much do passive house. So 3 is not really a number that we work with, but we deal with lots of code builders who are doing their first projects. And we also do this in British Columbia. And for the last 4 years, we've run trainings for the province, as the province has tightened up their testing requirements, and it goes to 1 here pretty soon, and 1's an option right now. And I want to say, on the subject of air tightness and builders, it's a desire. It's simply, you got 1,000 pieces in this building, and as long as you connect them together in some way, you'll achieve air tightness. It's just a lack of desire and a lack of goal that leads to lack of success, because success is super, super, super easy.
All right. Well, that's not what I see up here. And I work with a lot of different builders. They're building 1 or 2 houses a year. And, you can say lack of desire, but if you're building 1 house a year, you don't have a lot of time to travel to Vancouver for a training, or Seattle. It's a little more complicated for a small builder. So not that we shouldn't lower it, but I'm just saying there needs to be some really explicit written materials that someone can read in half an hour to understand what they need to do, and to wind up so they're not getting passive house levels when they don't have passive house ventilation. I also had some
on the agent, what you talked about earlier about using the word approved agent or whatever. Are you okay with that now based on Dwayne's response, or do you think still needs to have a big change there or something?
So basically, it's going to be the code official that approves this agency. Basically, it's up to the code official's discretion.
In our case, we are happy to approve just about anybody unless something fishy seems to be going on.
Right. Yeah, so I guess so. It just seems like a strange thing, and testing agency, you know, signed by an approved tester.
Otherwise, you end up having to create a statewide, you know, approved vendor list of some kind and get into all those snarls about who gets kicked off the list if they're behaving badly or whatever.
Right.
We don't want to go there.
Yeah.
But this
Well, I
also
like
does
the
not
idea of
have
having the code.
approved in it. It's just testing agency, not approved testing agency.
Yes, it doesn't say approved testing agency. It just, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's just fine the way it is. It just seems like it's, I mean, and I think initially it said, didn't it say third party in one version of this? And when it's the insulation contractor or the HVAC contractor, they're not the builder, but they're definitely an interested, you know, a stakeholder in the project passing.
And then Mike, I'd like to ask your question of Jonathan Jones about the availability of the 2 to 4 pages, 2 to 4 pager on that. Is that okay?
Yeah, I have one more comment, but I can hold it.
Okay, Jonathan, do you want to respond on that one?
So I'm just going to repeat the question. You're specifically asking me about educations that we have on air sealing.
Yeah, and the 2 to 4 pager for small builders that they could use to help them pass an air barrier test at 5 or 3.
Yeah, we have an entire web page that looks like a DOS database filled with educations that point to all kinds of outsourced third-party educations on the subject as well. We do have partnerships with really good corporations like Earth Advantage and TRC, who also have educations both on their websites and platforms. We also have educations on our platform and websites. There's actually a really good field guide as a kick out to Dan's team over there who works with EPS Score of Oregon, called the EPS Score of Oregon Field Guide. It's a little pamphlet that fits in the backside of your pocket, like the size of maybe a pamphlet or a Western wallet, if you know what I'm talking about, you know, like maybe 6 inches long, 3 inches wide. It's less than 1/4 of an inch thick. And it comes in both English and Spanish, and it actually walks through air sealing techniques that should get you down to 3ACH50. There's an entire air barrier and air sealing checklist inside the IECC that if you follow, that will get you to 3ACH50, because 3ACH50 is the requirement of the IECC.
Right, that checklist is it's not very useful. I'll just say, I have not looked at the EPS skill guide. That would be great.
It's an amazing tool if you haven't looked at that one. They did a lot of work over the years putting that together, and they've given it to verifiers who give it to people in the field like framers and insulators. And they're working on the language barrier issue by having it in 2 languages. And I believe there was talk at one point in time of adding a 3rd. It's a really great tool to use.
Well, I'll go back to my original comment. I'm fine changing it to 3, but at least up here, the big difference will come from actually getting people trained to do it.
Well, may I point out that we're not changing anything with this proposal. This is cleanup language to bring it all into one space. So that way,
well, we are changing it from the current. We are changing it from the current code.
We're not changing the requirements of the test by any means. Just the language in one place.
Well, it went from 5 ACH to 3.
It's still 5 ACH. Well, the 3 ACH50 that came with requirement wasn't particularly this section here. It's actually referring to the IECC's change of a 3 ACH requirement nationally. There has not been a proposal that's been adopted yet to amend that back to 5, which is what has happened in the past.
Well, in the past, we've kept Washington State amendments, and 5 was an amendment, and we haven't upgraded values where there was a specific Washington State amendment.
There hasn't been an envelope upgrade in requirements since 2009, sir.
I'm sorry, what?
If you look at the IECC.
I'm talking about the Washington State.
I understand.
Washington State amended the IECC from 3 to 5, and usually those are kept, those amendments. We don't revert to the IECC when there's a specific Washington State amendment. That was my understanding.
Yes, and so this is the national language here that you're looking in front of you, which referenced the 3. This language is just being moved
right.
into one
I
section.
understand that. But so it's not
And when the-
incorporating the Washington State Amendment.
And when the other section gets amended to reflect 5 versus 3, then you'd come back and amend this section back to 5 versus 3. But currently it reflects what is required in the baseline envelope requirements of our mashup session.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that seems like it broke a rule that at least was used to be a rule.
I'm not certain. I'm just saying that this language currently reflects as what was agreed upon in the meeting during the mashup
So,
and tag session.
so Krista, aren't Washington State amendments that were adopted in previous sessions, aren't those usually preserved?
Can I just indicate that I'm looking at the integrated draft right now. It says 5 ACH. Can you confirm that? Somebody else confirm that for themselves?
I believe you're correct.
This is on PDF page 28. I think you got to go back. Right there. Under testing.
The 3 air change per hour is actually on the following page, if you continue on.
The 2 values.
Can the proponent speak and provide clarity on this? I'm not sure if somebody else is speaking at this time, but whoever spoke just a moment ago, they are correct. There are 2 lines that are being addressed here. So if you scroll up, Krista. Let's see.
And this is within the integrated draft right now that we're looking at.
Right. And so the language we're talking about here says the building or dwelling unit shall be tested for air leakage. The maximum air leakage rate for any building or dwelling unit under any compliance path shall not exceed 5 air changes. And then if you look further down in the language, where is that? Where it says when complying with section R401.2 option 1.
But that's not
That's
part of the
been
integrated
struck
draft.
out or moved.
That's interesting. So was that language struck? When was that language struck? I guess is my question. Oh, did this occur when the tag met originally in the first meeting? Like what was the
Last year.
One of the meetings, this was on the meeting on the 17th of December.
Okay. So okay, so then now we have to back up then, because obviously my proposal did not take into consideration that tag revised language. Because I'm showing it as language that was not modified.
Okay, well, that sounds reasonable. And so just to summarize where I think we are is this proposal is a reorganization proposal, but does not increase stringency over the integrated draft. Does everybody kind of agree that that's correct?
That's the intent of the proposal. And so the sentence that has just now been struck out there, it was included in the proposal as non-amended language. However, if that language has since been amended in the integrated draft from when this was submitted, then we'll retain whatever is the latest integrated draft, because it is not our intent to change. So that language must have been struck in an earlier tag meeting.
Yep, there was an integrated draft tag meeting, and that's my guess is where it was struck. So I guess where we are is when we talk about the motion on the floor, and I'd like to limit discussion to the motion on the floor, which is to pass this proposal. We're not talking about stringency because as far as I can tell, there's no increased stringency. This is just a reorganization of the language. So let's please limit our comments to that subject. So we can take action on this. Later, we can come back and take action on 3 versus 5 if in fact that's a proposal. Is that clear?
That's
Okay,
clear.
so
Now that it's not proposing 3.
I have one more. I have one more question. And again, I'm not proposing changes to the Washington State Energy Code. I'm retaining the original language. And so if there's alignment needs to happen there, then that's what we'll do. Christy, can you go back to the integrated draft one more time? Okay, so there's R402413. Was that language located somewhere else? And then it was moved? I'm just trying to wrap my head around what happened there.
You know, I kind of recall this from the December meeting, I believe, and I think there was some movement associated with it. And I kind of thought I remember Dave and Dwayne commenting and guiding this movement, but it's been a while, and I don't mean to suggest that we impose a different level in this.
Yeah, so stop there. Okay, so that language, I'm sorry, I wasn't telling you I was telling Krista to stop. So that language was originally in section R402412, then it was moved down. Okay, just making sure that that language was officially fully struck and not just moved. And so that was all I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Krista.
The integrated draft document I have that I downloaded on December 13th does not have that ACH3 struck out if you scroll down.
Right, it happened on December 17th.
It happened on, okay, so, yep, so I missed that detail, that tag amendment.
Was that a tag meeting on the 17th? I thought we got through the integrated draft in one meeting.
Yeah. So there must have been a decision by the tag to not adopt the IACC increase in stringency.
Again,
I think it was
traditionally where there's a Washington State already an existing amendment on an item, the value is kept rather than migrating to the IECC value.
Well, I would disagree with that because every code cycle we are supposed to be comparing, or we, SBCC, does compare stringency between one code and the other and adopts the more stringent between the two. And so it would have to be revisited. Otherwise,
Except in this case, the council had specifically gone back and adopted a less stringent value than the IECC had. And so that less stringent value was retained.
I see. And is that in, like it can never be reverted? I mean, what's the
It would
rule?
have to be reverted by code change proposal.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So
okay,
and
I had one other comment on a different topic, or same section, but a different section of it.
Go ahead, Mike.
On the Group R multifamily, I had basically this reads like all multifamily buildings, and this used to be, I think it was prefaced with buildings with exterior entrances. Now it seems to say any multifamily building can just test the dwelling unit enclosures. and that the common areas wouldn't have to be tested. They can be tested if it complies with C402.5.2, which of course is at 75 pascals and 0.25 CFM. So it seems like you're going to get some people that just test all their units. And I'm not sure, I don't know what to think about that. I just am not sure this is an improvement.
And is that a comment based on the IECC language? I'm just trying to.
It's
follow.
just based on this language that's on the screen right now.
Right, and that's retaining IECC language. So again, I'm looking for, where this proposal changes.
Well, but this this does not seem like reasonable language to be putting. I mean, do we want to be letting buildings with interior corridors just test their units?
That's what's allowed by the IECC, but you're right, Mike, it's a really dorky idea for internal corridor buildings.
And I guess partly it comes up because the thresholds here were requiring 0.4 CFM at 50 pascals for the unit enclosures and 0.25 CFM per square foot at 75 pascals for the building.
Where does it require 0.25?
That's in C402.5.2, the exception.
In the commercial energy code, Mike?
Right.
Yeah, this is.
That's the exception that shows on the screen.
Yeah. Okay, yes, I do recall that the reason.
That's the option for a whole building test.
Yes. And I believe that the intent, thinking back to what the IECC was doing there, is that they were basically saying that the building could comply with the commercial testing criteria, but the assumption is that criteria may be more stringent.
Okay.
Again, this is retaining IECC language.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike. Next, we have David Reddy.
I mean, I guess on that last comment that Mike had regarding just interior corridor buildings using this alternate path of testing. I mean, there are non-energy benefits to what you would consider compartmentalization of the units that I think are important, which I think make it fine to use that path. But the actual issues that I see here is that I see that that it doesn't cover multifamily buildings with interior corridor entries. It describes how to do what the requirement is for 1, 2, multiple, and then group R2 only. It doesn't have a condition for group R2 when units are accessed from interior corridor. Am I missing something here?
I don't think so.
And then the other one is building complies with C402.5.2. I can't find that exception to the second one. I can't find that section in the integrated draft. So I was wondering if that was referring to C402.5. Okay. I'm sorry. So basically what this says is you can use the commercial air leakage criteria.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. But yeah, I think then.
I think I would miss the C instead of the R right there as well.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, I think it just needs to be clarified that interior corridor buildings still need to meet some level of air leakage.
And David, to your question there, if it's completely unaddressed under 402.4.1.3, would you interpret, I guess, that they don't need to be tested if this code proposal goes forward?
Yeah, I mean, the title of the section is not charging language, right? That's what we understand. Yeah. So it's the only way 402.4.1.3.2 is applicable by reference above, and that doesn't seem to cover interior interior corridor.
That's a good point, and actually, that's the way it went into the IECC. So I'd accept as a friendly amendment to add some language under R4024132 that says for Group R2 multifamily buildings, the maximum air leakage rate for any dwelling unit shall not exceed. That way it's clear that it applies to all multifamily, whether it's central corridor or not.
That would require language up here.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It seems like just dropping the exterior corridor bit.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, what was the problem with the original organization? The original organization, I don't think had this issue.
The original organization, if you look at going through it, there are two embedded exceptions. So if you scroll up a little bit, Krista, you can see that there's an exception. So under testing, there's one exception that is like, okay, well, what part of this does it apply to? Does it apply to that paragraph above it, or what does it apply to? And then you scroll down under during testing, and there's another exception there. Well, what does that exception apply to? Does it apply to the testing? Does it apply to the charging statement? And so this was evaluated by a group of folks at the IECC level. And all of this reorganization was put together with representatives from ABBA and other organizations that are involved in air barrier testing. And so the intent of this proposal is to capture the work of those organizations. However, I will say that, you're bringing up a good point. In R402413, it does say clearly Group R2 multifamily buildings where the dwelling units are accessed from an exterior corridor shall comply with R40243132. However, it doesn't say under R402.4.1.3.2, it doesn't repeat that statement. So if that would make the code language clearer, I'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
And that would be striking the words where the dwelling units are accessed from an exterior corridor.
No, we're just repeating it. We're saying it up under C402413, and then we just say it again in R40243132, because it sounds like that's causing some confusion.
No, I guess the issue that I see is that it doesn't establish a requirement for Group R.
Yeah, Group R2 multifamily buildings that have an interior corridor now don't have any air leakage test that's required.
Right. It seems like you want to strike the exterior corridor, accessed from a exterior corridor in the charging sentence.
I see. And then if it's struck there, then all of them would be, then all multifamily, whether it's exterior corridor or interior corridor, would be having to comply with R4024132. Is that correct?
Right, which is, I thought, how you were describing it, but either that or we need to add a 4133 for buildings without exterior access.
Or just say all others need to comply with C402.5.2 up in 403
Right.
Mm-hmm.
or 402.413.
And of course, the proposal that has been tabled, that number 84 would impact that as well. But that's
I mean,
I like that solution, Krista.
Can
This
you show
saying
these?
all up shall comply with, or all other Group 2, yeah. Or comply with C402.5.2.
I'll just jump in and say it should be 0.3. 0.2 refer in C402.5.2. It refers to directly access from the outdoors, while C402.5.3 is the whole building.
So then would it then strike the exception here under, yeah. Or wouldn't that exception?
That exception circles, it's the same thing, except that the values are different. it's 0.4 here, 50 pascals, and it's 0.25, which Mike Kennedy was bringing up. And that's what my comment was also, is that we've got a different value.
Mhm.
It's between the, yeah, that R2 group and then the exception are, I don't know, it's like a bowl of spaghetti. It's just twisted among itself. But they don't relate to the commercial. That's what we currently have as 0.25 CFM 75.
Would it be an increase in stringency? So the sentence that has been added there, all other group R2 buildings shall comply with section C402.5.3. Is that now an increase in stringency for central corridor multifamily? I'm asking the group just.
That is what we decided in the tag at the time, was it that this is how we were going to do it, as I remember.
Okay, okay.
But it might be worthwhile. I know that Krista hardly has anything to do, but to go back through to that point in the recording and make sure, but that would be my memory, is that we said, yeah.
Whoa.
What was
The
that?
buzz went muted Mike Kennedy. So, sorry, Mike.
Okay, so I guess let me make sure I'm understanding what's in front of us now then. And Dwayne, I think you're right. I think that is what was decided on the 17th. So if we did include this additional sentence, then that would take care of the central corridor multifamily, and if we retain the exception under R402 40132, then that would allow multifamily that's access from the exterior can also comply with the whole building test under commercial. I think that's what it's saying. No.
Yeah, my understanding was 402 or 2.5.2 was appropriate because it is for exterior access buildings.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. Okay. So then the change on the screen perhaps is not correct, right? Because we're supposed to be pointing to the one that's specific to exterior access. Isn't that right? Not that
the
one.
one at the one that.
That one there. Yeah, I think that needs to stay as a 2 so that it points to the exterior access criteria.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, we
so-
have some modifications. We had a motion on the floor to pass this.
Can I ask for one more change?
And then we have lots of people still with their hands up on it. So let's go through those people. David Reddy, you still have the floor unless you're done with it.
Just to request to change the charging or the title of 0.3.2 to follow what you had suggested of making it more specific to the exterior corridor. Yeah. It sounded like you were in agreement that would be useful. I think that would be.
Yeah, and not necessarily in the title, right? Because the title is not enforcing language. I would say you'd put it in the, the first sentence there, for, where it just says the maximum leakage rate. What we would say instead is for group
Or
R2.
any exterior corridor.
Yep.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. So now it's enforceable language.
I don't think it needs to be in the title, but I think putting it in the actual language would be useful. That's what you're saying, Lisa?
Yeah, and I agree. That's helpful.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay, I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Next person I have up is Dave Bailon.
This was actually the easy one. It wasn't meant to be a change, I don't think. Although I am now confused why we're even doing it. since I didn't think it was broken before, how did it get to be broken this time so that we needed to go through this entire exercise and miss the discussion on what happens to 5 ACH per hour?
Yeah, I mean, Lisa talked a bit about the reorganization.
Is there something in the clarity of this new proposal that is compelling?
Yeah, the primary, and again, the idea for this proposal came from a working group for the 2024 IECC. The concern of the group was that in section R402.4.1.2, there were 2 exceptions within the single, one section, and it was unclear when those exceptions, what those exceptions applied to. It was also the opinion of the working group that the exception for dwelling units that are accessed directly from the outdoors really should not be an exception, but it should be its own standalone provision. And so again, that was the purpose of this. And this is the language, or at least the reformatting that has been, I believe, voted for approval in the 2024 IECC. So we're
This is just a port from the 2024 IECC discussion.
Yes, so there was
Doesn't necessarily improve anything, but the reason we didn't look at it in the mashup is it didn't exist.
Yes, that is correct. So the mashup included the original 2021 language, and that 2021 language was evaluated by a working group for the 2024, and that working group made these recommendations to remove the ambiguity of having 2 exceptions where it's unclear what those exceptions, what details in that section the exceptions apply to, and other elements that the rearranging was intended to clarify.
So whatever else we do to this, at least follow your rationale. We should be sure that the actual test values remain what they were, because there's another code change proposal later that where we can debate how many air changes it is. Is that right?
Yeah, that was the intent.
Let's reserve that discussion until later, okay?
Yeah, so that was
that this was it now. That's why I'm bringing this up.
So I think this doesn't need. I think we've gotten to a better place than we started. I don't know that this needs a great deal of further discussion, but lots of people have their hands up, and I'd like to keep this on task of what we see in front of us, which does not change the air leakage rate numbers from the integrated draft, which is where we started out. So next is Larry.
Well, I don't know if what I'm talking about applies, but I think we need on the exception down there, we need another date, 1975, I think, to earlier homes don't need to qualify for that maximum air leakage, because we've got a lot of homes on the South Hill that there's no way you put those additions on that they're ever going to qualify. But yet 75 and on to 2009, you can probably make that 7 air changes. But before that, I don't think you could ever get there. And then, and I think Mike's got a great point, but another point that Mike brought up, that Mike Kennedy, that I think is really important, is the owner built homes and needing the information for owner built, how to get to where they need to be. And we deal with a lot of people that do owner built, and they come to me, and then I figure out how they got to get there. And then I got to go out and do some training so they can make their tightness. But there's a lot of them that don't even see me or other people, and they fail. They're constantly failing. So I think Mike Kennedy's got a really good idea about getting some simple paperwork put together so these people can actually pass, because there's quite a few owner builds.
That sounds good, Larry. yeah, Jonathan Jones has some of that stuff, and maybe some of that can be repurposed. I think that's a great idea to get. But you did have a actionable recommendation to have a no test required for houses built prior to 1975. Is that what you were recommending?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation for the exception. And what that does for us is, I mean, it doesn't hold the people back, but the addition's going to make it much better than what it was. And we want to encourage that to happen. I mean, we're going to cut the energy loss by adding the new addition, because when you take out those old walls that don't have any insulation in them,
yep.
and you know, it's going to be better, but it gives them a way to get there though too.
Okay, so you're proposing that we add a sentence under the exception that maybe at the end of it or something that says, or yeah, that says that. Lisa, how do you feel about that? And I guess since we have a motion on the floor, if we wanted to vote on it, the right way to do it would be to get someone to make a motion to have that happen, and then we could vote on it. But
well, I would say that the intent of the original proposal was just to retain the IECC language, and I appreciate all the feedback that pointed out where the rearranging made some adjustments. And so again, we're kind of back to the original goal. This would be a change, but if the tag is in support of this change, that I would accept as a friendly amendment.
This is Jonathan Jones. I'll also interject on behalf of this that
Point of process.
Additions are addressed in Chapter 5 of the Energy Code, not in this section. And this is only a clarification proposal.
yeah, and this is there is an exception for additions here, and this would expand, I guess, the largely clerical nature of this. Kevin, what was your point?
Oh, well, okay. Are you recognizing my hand or the point of order?
Yeah. You are in fact next.
Okay.
But I guess I kind of wanted to get a notion on whether we as a group kind of want to include this in this proposal as we are modifying it as we are the tag.
Okay, so my point of order is, since a motion is on the table, this proposal belongs to the tag and not to the proponent. So a friendly amendment at this point is not adjudicated by the proponent, but by the body, first of all.
Yep.
And
That'd be Dwayne, I think, made the motion, right?
And second of all, if this is an amendment to that proposal, then there'd need to be a motion to amend, I believe, since this belongs to the body. Just to complete my thought, the exception on the screen, the bottom one there, just a proposed amendment to that. Right now it states building complies with. I would suggest revising that to buildings complying with. But that would be another amendment.
Well, I think that the way we've been doing things, which may be not totally kosher, but has worked for us for years, is that things that the maker of the motion doesn't mind can be considered friendly and made part of the motion. And I think you're absolutely right that the way you just spoke it was the correct wording.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the way we have done things is kind of modified it live in front of everybody and ask at the end, hey, do we accept all these changes of the maker of the motion, the proponent, others as a courtesy, and then vote on the modified thing. And usually the motion is made at the end of it rather than the beginning. So it includes all the as amended by the tag kind of things. And we'll, yep.
Fair enough. I appreciate that clarification. And that was the whole of my comments.
Okay. And then Jason, you had your hand up a while ago. I wrote your name down. I don't see your hand up anymore. And then Dwayne has had his hand up, and that's down. So Lisa or Henry? Lisa, did you have more? Okay, Henry.
Hi, thanks. I just want to make sure we have another chance to talk about the ACH rating because the integrated draft that is available online is not what came out of that meeting. So it's kind of a larger issue of what our code proposals were based off of. So from what I'm looking at, this 5 ACH would be regress, would be rollback from what I had seen, and there's some notes to bring up. So if there's another chance to talk about the ACH, I don't need to bog this one down. But I do also agree that this exception 2 of existing dwellings is kind of out of place, especially because there's an addition right above it as well. So I'm not quite sure since this is a new construction. I believe Jonathan also mentioned that chapter 5 covers additions and renovations. So.
Oh.
Yep.
And okay, thanks, Henry. I think that's good. I think we do need to have a discussion then. If we think there's a difference between the integrated draft online, what the tag agreed to, that discussion needs to happen. And maybe we'll have that discussion right after actually, we should probably have that discussion now. If we think we can, unless we think we need to do more research on that. Krista, do you think that's worth trying to do that research now, or should we do that research outside of a meeting?
I would rather do it outside the meeting. I don't want to.
Can I make one quick comment? I just looked at something. This is Kim Barker. At the top of the webpage that Krista was just on, the first integrated draft was dated 11/22, down in the residential section, Krista. And then the revised integrated draft, you can find if you go to the actual past meeting, December 17th minutes. There's a link to the 12/17 revised integrated draft there.
Thank you, Kim. That's really.
I believe that's also in the MVE committee section.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go find that. One other thing, the notes from that December 17th meeting said that we reviewed it and we retained the Wash State Energy language where it is more stringent than the IECC. There is no, and this is how I remember it as well. I remember taking the most stringent of either draft, and it was not to keep any existing WASC amendment. It just says only if it was more stringent. So if it was struck, it might be an error.
You'd have to go back and listen to the recording. There was a very definite exception for that air leakage rate.
Okay.
That we discussed at the meeting.
Yeah. Let's all do our homework and we'll talk about this at the next meeting. We need to make sure we all agree on what the baseline integrated draft was. Okay, so we have some language in front of us. I kind of do agree with Henry that it's not an exception. Well, I guess exception 2 is. I guess it makes sense to me that it would be a separate exception. It also could be combined with exception 1 because, well, no, I think it's a separate exception. So, all right. Okay, Mike Fowler.
I'm still struggling with the exception at the bottom of the page. Not the edit the buildings that comply with section. It's the 402.5.2 is the units accessed directly from the outdoors. And that's also what so it's an exception to the same exception. And I was just wondering if the exception needs to exist now that we've added above all other group R2 buildings shall comply with CO4 2.5.3. My thoughts are is that this exception refers to the same section of exterior directly accessed, and it references a different air tightness value of 0.25 at 75 Pascal. So the residential one is substantially weaker than what the exception is referring you back to.
So the exception should be just dropped.
The exception, I think the exception should be dropped. I'd also don't like the fact that for low scale residential, we have a less stringent value than commercial 4-story and higher. But that's not, that would be a change and not retaining.
That'll be our next discussion.
But yeah, to make them, I would like to see the residential and the commercial exterior entries be the same, and then match the commercial 0.25 at 75 Pascal. That's my comment.
You and Mike Kennedy both agreeing on his exception is not necessary now that we have additional language under 4.1.3. So
I think it's a good catch. I think that exception is now redundant.
Okay, great. Let's strike it. And Kevin, did you have a comment?
Oh, yeah, I believe there's another proposal that is focused on the air change per hour number and reducing that from 5 to 3. So I'd suggest that we reserve discussion on that issue for that proposal, not this one.
Yep, I agree. Thanks, Kevin. Albert.
Thank you. I just want to voice maybe my disagreement with the 1975 exception. I think that a substantial addition is a way to maybe treat some air tightness on the whole building. Very familiar with the beautiful homes on the South Hill and those and homes like that. However, to have no air tightness requirement during a significant remodel seems to me like a missed opportunity, and so I'd just put that out there. Thank you.
I guess to your point, it could be small additions under 500 square feet or something like that, or additions under, I don't know. I don't know if you had any ideas you were thinking about with that, other than just striking it.
I would be in favor of striking it and staying with the 7 air changes an hour that would be applicable to that. Failure of that, then anything over 30% of the total floor area of the building would at least have to comply with the 7 air changes.
Okay. Mike Kennedy?
Yeah, I guess these tests are done basically generally just before occupancy or final permit. It's not the time to say, oh, suddenly we need to go do a whole air sealing project on the rest of the house. I agree that this is a ripe area for energy savings. And I would love to see, say, the requirement be, hey, let's do an air test before the addition starts to identify areas that need to be fixed, just to get so that they do the diagnostic on their house. But I think it's problematic to require them to pass the test. And I mean, it's okay to have it in the code. I mean, it's been in the code and it functions. And what happens up here is it's just ignored. So
yeah, and I understand that, and I don't disagree that it's difficult to predict the air tightness, and the issue really comes up close to occupancy and so forth. But I kind of measure that with the whole life cycle of a home and when a home becomes obsolete. And these are beautiful, high value, or they often can be beautiful, high value structures. I would prefer to see our codes really support building improvement along the way where opportunities exist, even though it may be inconvenient and difficult. I totally respect the other opinions. I just have to voice that particular viewpoint.
Yeah, and I guess I feel like having it, forcing them to do a test before the addition starts to assess the existing building is likely to lead to more remedial action than, making them comply at the end when they're just going to comply, that they're just going to say, oh, the house is okay. But anyway.
Jonathan,
I would just like to remind everybody again, there's actually a proposal on the table where this addition to existing dwellings construction prior to 1975 will have its chance to be discussed. It was
okay, there's a proposal like that.
There is. And so, and again, the additions to existing dwelling constructions prior to 1975 is an exemption that you would already see in that type of section if you read the language. While I agree we should discuss it, I don't believe it needs to be in this particular spot.
I'm quite happy to hear that, Jonathan. I would like to be able to discuss it based on its merits and rather than in a cleanup language effort. And I support the cleanup effort and cleanup language.
I'm just trying to be respectful of everybody's times, right? This is just a language cleanup. The rates and stuff, or what you guys can, that's a different discussion in a different one that we will come to later on as a proposal. So
Thank you for bringing that to attention. Gavin.
I think Jonathan answered my question. Is that proposal 35? It looks like there's an exemption for additions less than 100 feet.
yes.
Coming from WSU. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, no more hands are raised. So I guess with the original maker of the motion, Dwayne, want to amend your motion to say that it includes all markups on the screen?
Please consider my motion to be so amended.
And the second was who?
I can't remember.
I think I seconded it, and I would accept it as well.
You did, David. Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, it was Greg.
Greg, okay. And Greg might have had to leave.
Greg's here.
If
you need a second, I'm happy to second it.
Okay. Was that Greg?
Yeah, we got a second and a third now.
Okay, we have a second and a third. We'll consider that good. Okay, so we have a motion in front of us. We have a second. Is there further discussion? All right, all in favor of the modifications or of the motion, which includes approving this proposal with the modifications on the screen, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we passed this one as modified. Thanks everybody for a good and robust discussion. For our last 20 minutes, I guess it would be great to maybe, if the agenda will allow us, to go to the next allowed leakage rate one. Is that the one that WSU suggests? Is that on the agenda today? I'm gonna say that was 035.
The one in
Jonathan?
chapter 5, I thought was R406 compliance rather than air changes.
Yep, okay, so that's not on the agenda today. So let's go to 033, which is the next one.
Although we do have 89, which
089.
is
Let's go to
changing rate.
89. Since we're already primed for this discussion. Okay, and this is, who's the proponent? Is this Lisa? Is this?
Yes. And,
Yep.
there we are. There's our 3 changes per hour. Okay, so the intent of this proposal is to align with the IACC language, and it changes the 5 air changes per hour down to 3 for any building or dwelling unit under any compliance path. So this is slightly different than what we were talking about before, where there was that language that had been struck at the December 17th meeting. It's assumed that is not here anymore, and that now this proposal recommends reducing it down to 3 air changes. And then for dwelling units that are accessed directly from the outdoors, it lowers the leakage rate to not exceed 0.35. And again, these are both numbers that were consensus numbers for the 2024 IACC.
Thanks, Lisa. We have had lots of testimony on these numbers already. So if you're going, please don't repeat your testimony in detail if you already said something about these numbers earlier in discussion, but we'll open up for discussion now on this proposal, which would change these numbers for air testing. Larry.
Since we're dropping it down, can we give the builders the credit? So drop a credit, whatever that credit was for going to this. I mean, we've reduced it, and I'm thinking we should drop the credits down that's required. I mean, now we're blanketing doing it. I think the builders need a break here because they're doing something good.
I think there are points to be had for air tightness plus ventilation.
But I don't believe the proposal includes dropping the number of credits in the R406, right, Lisa?
Yeah, this is just reducing the numbers in the base requirement. It doesn't address the credits.
Yeah. So to your point, Larry, yeah, for reducing the ability to acquire credits in the R406 table, it seems like this tag should probably figure out ways to make those up. I agree with you on that. Do you have, what else, Larry?
That's all I got. If we're reducing it, we need to give them something for doing it because there's a cost. I mean, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. Mike Fowler.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment to align the exception with our commercial code to be 0.25 CFM at 75 Pascal.
We would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Mark Smithen.
Yeah, I just want to mirror that again as far as getting the points. And I need to understand something that maybe I don't really understand the IECC from the international code. Do they not offer this point system? Are we unique to that? And it's so if we're trying to mirror the IECC nationwide, then maybe we should re-examine our point matrix altogether.
Well, I can respond to that, Mark, representing IECC, that it doesn't work that direction. What IECC is doing is creating its own variation on what we did originally here in Washington State. And so the flow of things into the national code is up into the code rather than from places like here, New York, Austin, Denver. They come up with these cool things and they land in the national standards. So that's how it's going, is that we originate stuff and then they think about it for a few years and then they take it on.
So do do they have a point system like we do to be able to get credits so that, you know, giving you different options, or are they all mandatory requirements?
Yeah, they have a simple point system like we had before, and they're considering, in fact, if you really are hard up for entertainment, next Wednesday we're going to talk about it for an hour, considering a more complex point system that's finer tuned to the different occupancy types.
And are not we trying to align both the codes?
Well, they're always playing catch up with us.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's my take, is that the more that we mess with the point system, the harder it is going to be to get to the goal of building the house. And so I do believe we do need to give points back. But when we give points back, they have to make sense as far as they have to demonstrate an equality of energy savings by tightening the house versus some other method. See what I mean?
I think we have a big discussion of C406 still coming up, don't we, Chell? Or R406?
We have lots of big discussions coming up. Kim had your hand up. It's down now. Did you have something to say, Kim?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Then I have Gavin. Or no. Yeah, I had Kevin, I guess, next. Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
Did we?
Oh, just a quick note that where the pascals were changed from 50 to 75, I believe the 0.2 inches should be changed to 0.25 inches as well.
Good catch. Thanks, Kevin. Gavin.
Jill, I'm just gonna withdraw my comment there. Thank you.
Okay. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I'm okay with moving this to 0.25 CFM. It's not a trivial move, by the way, but it's consistent with the ASHRAE standards.
Dave, it's really hard to hear you. Could you move the mic a little bit?
Is this better?
A little bit better. If you could speak up and get really close to the mic, that'd be great.
Is this better?
That's better, yeah.
Okay. So I'm on board for the 0.25 CFM per square foot. It's not a trivial move, but it's reasonably it is consistent with the ASHRAE standard for this test. What's not consistent is the pressure. Pretty much across the board for this scale test, a 75 Pascal pressure is not actually used almost anywhere. The 75 pascals is something that was put in to the commercial sector for whole building tests, where you're dealing with many thousands of square feet and lots of complexity. The 50 pascals is what we've used always in the residential sector, and I think it's probably appropriate even here.
Okay, Mike Fowler, you were the person who suggested that change. Do you have contravening thoughts on that?
It was just rereading C402.5.2, which was what I was trying to align to. And that does say for directly from the outdoor units, 0.25 CFM per square foot. And that unit is 50 pascals. So I was incorrect saying 75. I was thinking of the whole building. So 50 is correct.
Okay.
To align with our current commercial code, that aligns now.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Dave, good point, Dave. Do you have more to say, Dave Taylor?
No, I'm good.
Likewise,
Okay.
0.25 should go back to 0.2 then.
Exactly. All right. Thank you, Kevin. You're always good with details. Jonathan Jones, you are next.
I would also like to mention that there were some discussions about removing this 8.5 foot height restriction on the calculations. And And so while we're changing some of these numbers, I would like to bring that to the table because of the concerns we received from technical code support hotline calls.
Okay, is there a proposal to eliminate that 8.5 or modify it?
I believe it was supposed to be included with this one and it got overlooked, which is why I'm bringing it back up.
Okay.
Yeah, I would support that. And for smaller houses, it will be a little bit easier to meet the criteria then also. Easier to calculate, easier to meet the criteria.
So what is the proposal?
Well, the proposal is what we see in front of us, but what Jonathan Jones just brought up is there's an 8.5 foot, originally it was a volumetric calculation.
Right.
And some people suggested that, well, just, your high ceilinged houses now can actually be functionally leakier than smaller houses. And so then it was suggested that we just multiply the area of the house by 8.5 feet of height, and that would make it more equitable. But I think Jonathan is suggesting that that could be changed, or it'd be better if that was changed.
Changed to what?
The actual calculation.
The actual ceiling height.
Correct. What the issue that's come with this is small apartments, and particularly areas that are allowing for small housing, such as like cottage homes, garage conversion type, ADU size, whether they're attached or detached units, are having difficulty passing the air barrier test. I've seen in some circumstances where that number is really difficult to achieve just because it's such a small building with such a small height. And while most of these buildings are typically around that height, there are some that are a little bit bigger that this would give a little bit of leniency to smaller homes. I know the intent of the idea was to equalize the volume calculation among small, medium, and large homes, but the small homes took a big hit in trying to comply with air barrier testing. And this was a large complaint for us.
So Jonathan, are you saying the complaint is about small homes in general, or smaller homes because of the 8.5 feet?
The difficulty that was incurred by trying to meet the air exchanges per hour by the restriction of volume.
But 8.5 feet is probably more than the ceiling height. So wouldn't that make it less stringent for the small house?
It's not what we've been seeing. They're typically about 10-foot ceiling heights.
I mean,
okay.
It also makes it align with
giving
other
them
proposals.
a volume credit for their size. Isn't that right?
The smaller unit is just calculating the actual volume for what's inside of it. And it also aligns for doing manual J calculations and such, which is another issue that we have. We have like, which one do we report? Do we adjust our manual J to the volume that's 8.5 feet, and we size our equipment according to that, so it lines up for the jurisdictions. It's just been a headache for technical support. And there hasn't been much gaming the system, so to speak, that we can see. The only questions that we really get on the technical side is just a lot of complaints of trying to calculate stuff and getting things to pass.
So if we strike this sentence, we just use ceiling height wherever it may occur.
Correct.
Okay. I would kind of like to get to a vote on this one as we see it in front of us, and then consider the height one separately. But what I'm understanding is there's not a proposal right now on the height one. Is that correct, Jonathan?
It was kind of lost in translation when Lisa and I had discussed this, and I was newer to the spot. Luby and I translated, and I think it got overlooked was the issue. It was something I had brought up several times when we had discussed this, Lisa and I, and I think it just kind of fell through the cracks.
Okay, we're not supposed to vote on things that we don't have a proposal for, and I guess
it seems to me that he's got a good point. We can edit it by taking out this, because it is sort of a weird requirement. So why don't we edit it? But if we edit it one place, we have to edit it in both places.
Mm-hmm.
And we're already changing some numbers here, so I'm just hoping that Lisa would agree to this. I'm just asking if this could be a friendly amendment on her behalf.
We haven't.
Yeah,
got a motion, do we?
we would accept based on the discussion here, we would accept this as a friendly amendment to this proposal.
I guess in order to, we have 7 minutes left, and I thought we were getting to the point where we could vote on this proposal, and now it appears we can't because we've got a lot of more comments on this one particular issue that's kind of a side issue. I feel like if we bring this up at the next one, we'll have to spend a half an hour litigating the entire thing. And we really don't have time to discuss things endlessly. I don't know, I guess, but we don't have another proposal with which to discuss this as a base. So, okay, I guess if it's a friendly amendment, Lisa, and then let's take discussion on it. And in the end, we might just run out of time and have to reconsider this next time. So,
Is there a motion on the table? Or excuse me, a motion being made?
Can we make a motion? I move we accept this as written, as it appears, as edited and appears on the screen.
Okay, Dave Bailon, you have the floor. You made a motion to accept this as modified with 3 air changes per hour, 0.2 or 0.25 CFM per square foot, and then the strikeout of the volumetric modification that was in the code. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion. This is Greg.
Greg seconds the motion. Further discussion on the motion, and noting that we need to vote probably in about 3 or 4 minutes. Larry, you still have your hand up?
I would like to see have an addition to it or actual volume. So you could use either or. I think that would be a lot better because that, I mean, that gives you what you've been doing and then it gives you the option to do either or. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Mike Kennedy, I see you next.
Can't hear you, Mike. Still can't hear you.
Mike. Okay, Henry.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the 8.5 foot tall was actually intended to make it harder for large homes and homes with, taller walls, because air leakage doesn't occur from the walls themselves. It occurs at where it meets the roof and all the outlets and everything. And so I believe that was put in as a means to make it more strict for taller framed houses and larger houses. I'm okay with it either way, but I just wanted to throw that clarification in there.
And that was my understanding as well, Henry.
Yep.
And I'm good with it either way. It does speed the process just to say 8.5 feet. There are a lot of roofs where, it doesn't say 5 minutes, but it does save time. It seems like if you're concerned about small buildings, you would go to a surface area rather than a volume, because they have a much higher surface area per volume ratio is where they get hit. And so.
Thanks, Mike. Mike Fowler.
Yeah, I am a sensitive. What I think was Jonathan brought it up. Yes, a 400 square foot accessory dwelling unit is going to have a significantly harder time compared to a 5,000 square foot home. To try to address that, I would like to keep what was struck, but then add residential units that are less than 1,500 square feet can use the actual height volume.
Height volume?
I don't feel like the small houses, the volume doesn't really capture them. It's the surface area is what.
Oh,
really
I agree with that too.
yeah.
But I mean, just in terms of Jonathan's comment that a small home or an ADU might have 10-foot ceilings, that will help them.
Right.
But also not open the door wide open for a 5,000 square foot home to, also calculate that. I think that I like the standardization of the 8.5, but I also want to acknowledge that a 400 square foot ADU or a small home it does have a little harder time. And if they do have 10-foot high ceilings, that this would provide a little bit of relaxation.
How about this, Mike? How about we vote on this now, and you noodle on what language you would love to see, and maybe even reach out to other people if they would love to help you. And then next time we can bring this up for reconsideration if you come up with really good language, because I feel like wordsmithing right now would be extremely difficult.
That's fine. I agree with the sensitivity to time and 2 o'clock.
Okay, Albert, did you have anything to say?
I do, thank you. Yeah, I like the 8.5 feet struck, better for small houses. And honestly, this is really a function of the envelope quality. So calculate the real volume and bring down the leakage rate slowly over time based on a real volume.
Thanks, Albert. I see no more hands up. Let's do a roll call vote, Krista.
Okay, this is 89. Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
David Reddy,
David?
I think David Reddy had to leave.
okay. Kevin Duell,
Abstain?
Andrea Smith,
No.
Marina Resvetnis,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm, are you there, Poppy?
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Liz Reichert,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
okay, motion carries 10-5 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you all for an amazing discussion. I'll see you again, I believe, 2 weeks from now. We have a council meeting on the 20th, so I'll see you on the 27th. And please work on the proposals and bring great language to the discussion so that we don't have to wordsmith on the fly. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your Friday the 13th. We are adjourned.
Way to go, Chell.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Joe.
Everybody.